enhanced marketing and to showcase the products that Kenya has. Lately, we have also seen increased endorsements and testimonials from the visitors themselves who come in and then just give a description of what they found in Kenya. We are also conducting exit interviews from our visitors, and we believe that all these efforts are going to change the narrative. We also would like to recognize the effort by His Excellency, who is our tourism ambassador 001 in every international forum where he goes. He has a statement about Kenya tourism products, and this has really cemented Kenya's position. And from where we are, the world has noticed what Kenya has to offer. And we have the tourism regulated enterprises that are working together, the tour operators, the Kenya Tourism Federation. All this collaboration and partnership is steadily but consistently bringing the right narrative that Kenya should have. In terms of the MSMEs and opportunities,
thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have
then we take the next.
We have a partnership with the Ministry of MSMEs and cooperatives to see how we can support eco-tourism, eco-lodges, establishments that are startups, and that is helping. The other support is classification and accreditation of the smaller hotels and establishments, so that we can give them the validity to welcome international visitors. We have tourism regulated enterprises which recognize MSMEs in the 9th schedule, such as curio dealers, local boat operators, homestays, among other stays. And if you look at the Kenya Kwanza or the manifesto that the government is implementing, the broad-based government is implementing, there is an undertaking to support at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the startups. In terms of access to financing, we have organizations like Kenya Development Corporation that offers affordable financing and accessible financing for startups. So in this space, it is one of our focus areas so that nobody is left behind. I thank you.
Called Kuza Utali.
Honorable Senators, now we move to questions by Senators. Please remember the rules so that everybody can have a chance. One question per Senator, and go straight to the question so that everybody gets a chance. Senator Osoti.
Effective marketing for our country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must acknowledge that that response was a very comprehensive response. But then I was looking for, in the strategies, I did not see a strategy around how to leverage our various diplomatic missions for the purpose of promoting tourism. Madam Speaker, I have had an opportunity.
The question, Senator Osoti, don't be tempted to go that way.
Madam Speaker, is coming. I had an opportunity to visit a number of very strategic embassies, and I was disappointed that nothing happens in those embassies in relation to promotion of tourism. So my question to the CS is, what arrangement is there between her ministry and the Ministry of Foreign Relations on the matter of promotion of tourism in this country?
And the ETAs have been processed. And that
two more questions, and then the CS will answer, and then we'll take another final set. Senator Miraj.
The whole day. So, Mheshimiwa,
Asante Bispika, kwanza nimpongeze waziri kwa kazi nzuri ambayo anafanya, lakini pia niendeleze mjadala ambao tulikuwa nao kule Mombasa wakati tulikuwa tunapokea ile meli ya watalii. Kulikuwa na ile hitilafu ya malipo ya wageni wanapokuja, so wageni wengi walikuwa wanabaki katika meli, wanashindwa kushuka na kutumia senti ambazo wako nazo. Je, kama wizara mmefikia wapi kuona ya kwamba wageni wote ambao wanakuja na zile meli za kitalii wanaweza kushuka bila vikwazo ili tuweze kuzipata zile senti? Asante Bispika.
Senator Eddie Oketch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do not always, when the minister comes here, and I do note this with serious concern, that successive ministries of tourism have over the years not budgeted for for investments in tourism in the Western Kenya region, and this would be the Western would be Nyanza and the traditional Western counties that, as we know them. And Madam Speaker, even in the presentation I've seen here, despite being in depth as we have seen, I haven't seen Kenya shillings to Kenya shillings investment and targeted coordination towards this area. So my question is, Madam Speaker, how has this particular ministry included in its development budget funds for Western region tourism, and particularly looking at areas such as Lake Victoria in general, where there is serious maritime opportunity, Ruma National Park in Homa Bay, Mount Elgon, this is in Bungoma County, Webuye Falls, and even in where I come from, Migori County, Kimlichoinga. What are the strategies, and is there a proper coordination of those investment and funds with county government, so that as senators we can be able to track and trail that kind of investment to be able to bolster tourism in that area? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
CS, you may answer those, and then we take the next.
This year again, we spent 2 full days at the Ruma National Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It is true that our diplomatic missions in various countries are the front line or point of access into those countries, and whereas we have trade attaches, we are in our proposals proposing tourism attaches to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But we are cooperating with Kenya missions in scouting for opportunities to participate in tourism expos in those countries, to showcase Kenyan tourism products, negotiate bilateral air service agreements, and even MOUs in tourism promotion in those particular countries. We have various forums like the World Trade Market that is held in London every year. We work together with Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the mission in UK to participate, and we are already planning for that. Berlin is another one, and many others. We have also proposed a framework that we have sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of closer collaboration, and that also includes using online platforms and a digital tool that we are coming with called Kuza Utalii, where missions can then utilize that to market our country. So we will continue working closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and our missions abroad to ensure effective marketing for our country.
We're expecting also maybe British Airways.
The next question
on the queue. However,
is about the cruise tourism. And when we welcomed the cruise ships earlier this year, several challenges were identified that stopped visitors disembarking from the vessels and getting into Mombasa and other areas. And the main one was the requirement to apply for an ETA individually on arrival. His Excellency the President did give us a directive that we work with the cruise lines and the Ministry of Immigration so that we utilize the information already available and the manifest so that by the time they arrive, their immigration documents and the ETAs have been processed, and that will enable them even have already planned tourism circuits the whole day. So Mheshimiwa, tumefanya mengi kutatua hilo changamoto ambalo tulielezwa siku hiyo, na rais alituamurisha tuhakikishe ya kwamba hayo yametatuliwa. Nina furaha kukujulisha kupitia Wizara ya Immigration hayo yametatuliwa, na sasa kutoka mwezi wa 10 mpaka mwezi wa 3 ile season ya meli na cruise ship inaanza, na tutatarajia ya kwamba tutapata wageni wengi wakitoka kwa meli kwenda mjini, hata kwenda safari kama ni Savo ama pahali pengine. Asante. The next question is on the Western Kenya circuit. Last year, in 2024, specifically on 27th of September, which was the UN Tourism Day for 2024, we unveiled 9 tourism circuits across the country, and that included the Western Circuit. The Western Circuit is a very rich tourism circuit. We are working together with the county governments, just because of the devolved functions, to map out the tourism attractions per circuit so that we develop them and be able to market them at the national level using the Kenya Tourism Board and other facilities that we have. In terms of the Western Circuit, we have very, very unique products, and last year we spent a whole week in the Western Circuit, 1 week towards the end of September. We unveiled and showed the country and the world what there is. And in the month of August this year again, we spent 2 full days at the Ruma National Park, the wide Nyanza area. But I want to say there's still a lot to be done, but we need very close collaboration with the counties, with other ministries, so that we continue packaging the Western Circuit properly. So it is part of our circuit, and we are not leaving it behind.
Honorable CS, as you will answer the others, I think Senator Okech, and take an interest in that area, had asked how much budget your ministry has put for the Western Kenya circuit, but you will answer it as you answer the others. Next set, Senator Cherarke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is a straightforward question. Is there the Ministry of Tourism policy on the use of sportsmen and women? Like, for example, we see Rwanda, whenever Arsenal plays, they in their jerseys, it is written "Visit Rwanda." I've seen at least when they were running in Tokyo, there was no indication that you should visit Kenya. So what is the partnership, or is there a policy in place? I yield, Madam Speaker.
Senator Faki.
Tourism and wildlife development. I would like Madam CS to tell us about what the ministry
Thank you, Madam
has
Speaker.
put in place.
First, I wish to commend the CS for the elaborate responses that she has given. And I also want to commend her on the resumption of some of the international flights to Mombasa. I can see Turkish Airlines are coming in, Rwanda is also coming in, Uganda is already flying, And I think
come from Bungoma County, where we have
going forward, we are expecting also maybe British Airways and KLM to be on the queue. However, my question is on regard to the Mangina waterfront.
I submit.
Thank you.
During your last visit in this chamber, you indicated that plans are underway to hand over the Mangina waterfront to the county government of Mombasa. How far have you been able to
Thank you, Madam Speaker,
actualize that? Because it's now
of the budget, I don't
a
have
big
the
problem for the
exact
people of Mombasa,
figures
because whenever they want to host their events, they have to run to the ministry for permission
So you can submit
to be able to
that
use the
budget in the
Mangina
next 2 weeks?
waterfront grounds. Yet,
Yes.
they belong to the county government of Mombasa. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Kisang.
The next question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam
was
Speaker,
on
I
the
also join my colleagues to commend the CS for elaborate
we are
answers. However,
With, sportsmen and sports
it looks like the minister has
in order to
focused more on
promote
tourism and neglected wildlife.
Currently, we
The
have
reason why I'm saying this, Madam
arrangements
Speaker, the people of Elgeyo-Marakwet County
with the
along Keria
sportsmen
Valley
and
are
sportswomen
suffering
to
because
be Kenya's
of
tourism
elephants. They have
ambassadors,
destroyed
with
our
some
mangoes,
of them,
our
for
oranges,
example,
and
Eliud
it looks like there's no
Kipchoge,
budget
Kipyegon,
that has been given to
and
KWS for
others.
compensation. So I want to find out from the
We are
CS,
also
what plans do you have to ensure the people of Elgeyo-Marakwet County
when
are
they
compensated
go for those
because
events.
the elephants have
We go
destroyed
behind with the
the
magical
crops,
Kenya
and these are the
brand,
real bottom. And
including
this is government is
financial
bottom up,
support.
and we are
We have
not
seen that
assisting
sports
those who are
tourism
in
is
the
one
bottom.
of the next
What plans do you have, and
frontiers
also
in
to
Kenya's
ensure
tourism?
Rimoi National
in
Game
that
Reserve
regard,
is fenced by the national
we
government
want
in
to
conjunction with the county government of
promote
Elgeyo-Marakwet County.
actively
Otherwise, we might
high altitude training
the elephants might be used as food.
the international
Senator
tourists,
Mandago.
encouraging them to come and interact with our
Thank you very much,
athletes,
Honorable Speaker.
to talk to them.
I'm just wondering whether the shortage of meat in Elgeyo-Marakwet, while
meet
we
with
know
them,
very well
touch them, and that interaction.
they are very tasty
is
coats.
Senator
in Baringo.
Mandago, would you kindly ask your
we will
question?
work together with the Ministry
Thank you
of
very much,
Sports
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my
ensure
question
that
to
the
the Cabinet
product
Secretary
is
is on
well developed.
sports tourism. I see as part of the strategies to expand the menu in tourism is sports
We
tourism.
have. I was asked about the
What I would like to know
partnerships
is
that
what
we have seen
is it
in
particularly
other
the ministry is
countries.
doing in terms of sports
Those
tourism in
partnerships,
athletics?
We have done
Because that is what can
our
open up
research and we have
Elgeyo-Marakwet,
information.
Nandi,
They are
Uasin Gishu,
quite
Trans Nzoia, and
costly.
Cherangani. And
Some of the
as they do that,
partnerships,
Madam
cost
Speaker,
up to
There's only
I also
one
want-
question.
million Kenya
Please.
shillings annually.
I'm still continuing with the
And,
question. It's very long,
we are
Madam
at
Speaker.
this stage
I also wanted to
evaluating
ask that
which ones can be with the
in
highest
2018-19,
impact, with the best affordability.
there was provision in the
But
budget
we have
under the
quite a
Ministry
lot
for
of
feasibility
expressions
study
of
for a
interest,
cable
but
car
we are carefully,
in
together with the
Elgeyo-Marakwet
relevant
from
ministry
Iten
and
to
other government
Kabarnet, and
authorities,
that a possibility
trying to see
of being
which will
extended
be
all the way to
best
Isiolo.
for Kenya.
I wanted to
On
know from the
Mamangina
Cabinet Secretary
front,
whether it is still in plan and what they are
consultations
planning to do,
are
and also in
still
relation to the
ongoing.
elephants. what
Senator,
will happen
no,
to the
Senator
mother who
Mandago,
was
I have
killed,
indulged you
by
for
an
2
elephant
questions.
in
Senator,
Ganze.
Senator CS, you will answer only the 2 questions, the one on the cable car and the one on the sports tourism. Senator Mazayo, I'm told Senator Faki will ask the question for you.
It is a very premium location.
Asante Speaker. Kwa niaba ya Senator Mazayo, Mheshimiwa Waziri, kumekuwa na kero la ndovu katika maeneo ya Ganze katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Hata jana kuna mtu mmoja alikanyagwa na ndovu akauliwa jana saa 8. Kwa hivyo kero hilo limeongezeka mpaka sasa wakazi wako tayari kuchukua mishale na mikuki.
Senator Faki, please ask the question.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Je, wizara inachukua hatua gani kukabiliana na kero hili la ndovu, kwa sababu wamekula mimea mpaka sasa wanaua wananchi katika eneo la Ganze, Mheshimiwa Speaker? Asante.
Finally, Senator Consolata, and then the CS can answer.
To have a specific discussion
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
With
My concern is about two recipes for tourism development, and this is about peace and security diplomacy as being key recipes for tourism and wildlife development. I would like Madam CS to tell us about what the ministry has put in place in regard to securing and protecting Kenya's territorial integrity, especially along our borders, because those are the avenues through which most tourists enter into our country. And on the same wavelength, I come from Bungoma County, where we have...
Senator Consolata, you are guided on the rules. It's one question. Have you done the question?
I'm guided, yes. Although it was the same.
No, just one question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That is the rule.
I submit.
Thank you. CS, you have under 7 minutes to answer all those questions.
Last year we had a pass-out parade of 1,270 rangers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
Lagged for 10 years.
In terms of the budget, I don't have the exact figures today, but would be willing to look at that.
Straight to the question.
The next question.
So you can submit that budget in the next 2 weeks?
About the human-wildlife conflict.
Yes.
In Kilifi. We were recently in Kilifi.
The next question was on the partnership that we are having with sportsmen and sportswomen in order to promote tourism. Currently, we have arrangements with the sportsmen and sportswomen to be Kenya's tourism ambassadors, with some of them, for example, Eliud Kipchoge, Faith Kipyegon, and others. We are also supporting them when they go for those events. We go behind with the magical Kenya brand, including financial support. We have seen that sports tourism is one of the next frontiers in Kenya's tourism. And in that regard, we want to promote actively high altitude training center to the international tourists, encouraging them to come and interact with our athletes, to talk to them, eat with them, touch them, and that interaction is gaining traction. We will work together with the Ministry of Sports to ensure that the product is well developed.
Is in consultation with the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry
we have I was asked about the partnerships that we have seen in other countries, and those partnerships, we have done our research and we have information. They are quite costly. Some of the partnership costs up to 4 billion Kenya shillings annually. And we are at this stage evaluating which ones can be with the highest impact, with the best affordability. But we have quite a lot of expressions of interest, but we are carefully, together with the relevant ministry and other government authorities, trying to see which will be best for Kenya. On Mamangina front, consultations are still ongoing between the county government and the national government. We shall ensure that we hasten the discussions. We were there over the weekend. It is evident that we need to develop Mamangina waterfront for functions, for tourism activities. It is a very premium location, but we will hasten the consultations and the action plan that needs to follow. I undertake to do that.
internship opportunities to many.
In terms of human-wildlife conflict, I want to assure the Honorable Senator that we have not neglected the wildlife segment. It is one of our priorities. The ministry receives about 950 million annually since His Excellency got into office. He has prioritized the human-wildlife conflict issues, both in terms of mitigation and compensation. And we will be glad to have specific discussions with Elgeyo Marakwet on Rimoy National Reserve. We are working with the county to address the human-wildlife conflict, and we have a directive about the fencing, and there are discussions ongoing with the National Treasury in order to provide a budget. Indeed, we are in touch with the county government that have invited us. At the earliest opportunity, we shall be visiting Elgeyo Marakwet. But on all these issues, we have the review of wildlife conservation bill that is ongoing, so that we streamline these human-wildlife conflict issues, including the compensation, public awareness and education. Employment of more rangers has also happened for the first time in 10 years. Last year we had a pass-out parade of 1,270 rangers, which was historic because that had lagged for 10 years. We also have other projects like fencing in the hotspots, and that takes me right straight to the question increase the stipend about the human-wildlife conflict in Kilifi. We were recently in Kilifi together with all the leaders to discuss the matters of human-wildlife conflict. His Excellency the President has also guided us, and we are working on how to fence that area. We know particularly elephants. The population has quite increased, and therefore the conflict has increased. But we are putting all measures to manage the conflict that has ensued. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And therefore, in fact, what the
Honorable
rose up in
which question?
Already in our constitution.
The cable car. Okay, CS. And Senator Consolata, which was your question?
That you are a learned senior in this profession.
Just say which one it was. So that,
on territorial integrity, the safeguards put in place by the ministry.
CS, the two questions.
Madam Speaker.
The cable car.
Have opportunities to associate.
Yes, I beg your pardon, Madam Speaker. The standards for the cable car are yet to be finalized by the Kenya, the KEBS. And we are following that in consultation with other stakeholders. But I will go back and find out where the process has been. But it's one of those things that can really promote tourism. Yeah. On territorial security, security is in consultation with the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Interior, together with the Tourism Police Unit, and we are having constant consultation, realizing that security is one of the requirements for tourism. Every tourist that leaves their country to travel to another always looks at the security issues, and therefore it is on our highest radar in consultation with all these relevant authorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable CS, for answering all the questions that were put before you. We can now release you. and we move on. Honorable Senators, we will defer orders 8, 9, and 10 because the movers are not here. Next order, please.
Order number 11, motion, welfare of interns working under the Public Service Commission, PSC.
Senator Cherarke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise to move that aware that the Public Service Commission has provided internship opportunities to many youths in various government departments and agencies for a period not exceeding 1 year, pursuant to guidelines on management of the Public Service Internship Program. And therefore, Madam Speaker, in appreciating that this motion, since its inception, the internship program in Kenya has been instrumental in providing experience to graduates, enhancing employability, offering networking opportunities, and has on a number of occasions led to full-time jobs to graduates. Madam Speaker, concerned that internship in this country are limited in number, skewed in distribution across government departments and agencies, lack clear pathway to permanent employment, have inadequate opportunities for skill development. And Madam Speaker,
and this is by consolidating and designating zones
as I move
that
internship is insufficient. The stipends that they are giving out of ranging from 15,000 to 30,000 is not sufficient because of high cost of living, especially in cities like Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, and Eldoret, among other cities where the cost of living. Now, therefore, Madam Speaker, as I move that we increase the stipend offered to this, Madam Speaker. So the following
Senator Cherarke, you're not discussing, you're reading the motion as is. Please read it as is.
Now, therefore,
agricultural productivity.
My reading culture is different, Madam Speaker. I think your table clerks are not understanding me because I am reading everything that is here.
Of this motion. And what remains
let me read.
At this particular juncture is for
I think the Kenyan style is you must look at it as, let me look at it as I read. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service and Human Capital Development, in consultation with Public Service Commission, reviews the guidelines to the Public Service Internship Program of October 2019 with a view to, 1, increase the stipend offered to interns to cushion them against high cost of living, and number 2, put in place mechanisms to promote and reward innovations by interns. Madam Speaker, as I make a few comments on this, when you look under Article 55 of the Constitution, it has specifically dealt on the youth issue. Madam Speaker, 2 years ago in 2024, we had a youth revolution and uprising of Gen Z. One of the concerns was opportunities, both employment and any other opportunity to make life bearable for them, considering most of them, Madam Speaker, have gone to school. And therefore, in fact, what the young people rose up in article is already in our Constitution. It is us to implement, Madam Speaker, because when you read Article 55, and I'm pleased that you are a learned senior in this profession, one of the roles that the government must provide is, 1, access relevant education and training, which is being done. We have had a discussion today, the entire morning, Madam Speaker. Number 2, have opportunities to associate, be represented in political, social, economic, and other spheres of life. And number C, access employment. And Madam Speaker, finally, are protected from harmful cultural practices and exploitation. So the Constitution has provided what we should do for the young people. One of them is accessing employment. But since we cannot hire most of them, Madam Speaker, and you know there is population explosion. We are approaching 55 million. And Madam Speaker, yesterday I mentioned something about Japanese two-child policy. And many people are bashing me. I've said the two-child, you give birth to two-child, the government will take care of your 2 children. But if you add the 3rd one and the 4th one, you take care of yourself. So that we have quality life. You can see how Japanese have operated. And I know Africans, Madam Speaker, our wealth is in children.
to direct
The more you have
that
children,
the
the more is the wealth, which
be
is not the
run
situation
for
now.
10 minutes.
That is why we are
So
training
for the
most
next
of
10 minutes
education
or so,
facilities,
the
health
Secretary
facilities.
will be,
So my proposal is
ringing
that
that
as we
bell
have
to
population
alert members within the
explosion in
presence
this
of
country,
Parliament
let us
that the
adopt the
chamber has
Japanese
already
two-child policy.
began,
The government takes
and
care of
they
your
are
2
needed
children. If you
inside
are
the
the third
chamber
and the fourth and the
to
many,
raise
then you take
quorum
care of your
of
children.
50
And
members
it
of
boils down
Parliament
to opportunities
allow
that we have
the National
in this
Assembly
country, Madam
proceed
Speaker.
with the consideration
Honorable
of business
Senators,
before
it is now 1
As we wait for
p.m.
that
Time
signal
to adjourn
from
the
Sergeant
Senate.
Terms, a number of
Senator
bills are
Chiralde
lined
will
up for
have
first
15
reading
minutes
this
to continue
morning. Among
moving
them
when the
is
motion is
Micro
next
and
on
Small
the order
Enterprises
paper.
Amendment
The
Bill,
Senate therefore
National
stands
Assembly Bill
adjourned
number
until later
25
today, Wednesday,
of
1st
the year
October 2025
by
at 2:30
Honorable
p.m.
Gitonga Mukonji. This being the very first time that the bill is being introduced on the floor of the House. And remember, this is an amendment bill that is seeking to amend the already existing Act on Micro and Small Enterprises. Let's now have a look at the proposals in the bill by Honorable Mukonji. And this bill on the Micro and Small Enterprises Amendment Bill is seeking to amend the Micro and Small Enterprises Act, Cap 499C, to require the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority to promote the marketing, development, branding of products and services by micro and small enterprises, and equally enhance their consumption in the local market. The bill, under Clause 3, is proposing to amend Section 74 of the Principal Act, and this amendment will require that the Cabinet Secretary, with the advice of the authority, make regulations to prescribe the mechanisms for development and affirmative action on local enterprises, products and services to enhance their consumption. Away from the bill on micro and small enterprises, Honorable Mashua Waithaka will also be tabling his bill for first reading, and his bill pertains the National Addressing Bill, National Assembly Bills number 31 of the year 2025. A look at the bill's memorandum. It is a bill that is seeking to establish the National Addressing Council and the county addressing committees, whose function shall include the creation and management of the addressing system for the naming, numbering, as well as allocation of addresses to streets and properties at the national and county level, respectively. The enactment of the legislation, according to the member in the bill, will ensure that there is seamless naming, numbering of streets and properties, which will lead to improved identification and location of places, which will subsequently improve the country's economy, in terms of trade revenue generation, particularly through matters e-commerce and enhanced tax collection. The last bill lined up for first reading is the Harm Reduction Bill, National Assembly Bills number 37 of the year 2025 by Nairobi Woman Representative Honorable Esther Passaris. The sponsor of the bill states that this bill is seeking to provide a framework for the delivery of harm reduction services, and this is within the public health facilities, in order to minimize drug-related deaths, drug overdose, and infectious diseases transmission through the provision of harm reduction services. This includes the access to healthcare, social services, treatment, and management of persons with substance use disorder. Part 3 of the bill provides for the harm reduction facilities, provision of harm reduction services, and the duty of healthcare providers in ensuring that there is harm reduction in the provision of healthcare services. As to whether this bill is affecting the county governments, the bill concerns the provision of harm reduction services, which are health interventions developed to assist the users of drugs and harmful substances to prevent the transmission of infectious diseases. Health services are developed in this bill under schedule of the Constitution, this being 4th schedule of the Constitution, and the bill proposes to integrate harm reduction services for persons with substance use disorder in the county health system.
Sergeant at Arms, you may now stop the quorum bell. You may proceed. First order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Who is tabling the papers on behalf of the majority leader? There are no papers? Okay, let's proceed. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Which statements are being... I don't have it at the back of my order paper. Okay. The question by Honorable Beatrice Elachi is being responded to on transitional mechanisms for 844 to CBC, but she's not here, so we'll skip that. The Chairperson of Education, is he here? Has anyone been tasked? No. Move to the next one. The question by Honorable Stephen Mogaka, member for West Mugurango. He had tasked Honorable Jerusha Momanyi to receive the answer on his behalf, but she's not here. So we'll move to the next order.
Order number 8, motion. Formulation of a land use policy on zoning of land for agriculture and built development. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question that aware that land is a critical but limited factor of production that supports human habitation and food production, and noting that agriculture is Kenya's main economic mainstay, appreciating that the Central Bank of Kenya Monetary Policy Committee Agriculture Sector Survey of 2022 estimated the contribution of agriculture sector to the country's gross domestic product to be 22% directly and 27% indirectly, through its linkages with other sectors. Further appreciating that the survey showed that the sector employs over 40% of Kenya's total population, and concerned that in Land Reform, Volume 3 publication of Kenya's Land Alliance Land estimated that only 17% of Kenya's land mass is classified as suitable for rain-fed agriculture land, while the remainder is either semi-arid or arid, and further concerned that the country's agricultural productivity has been decreasing over the years, and cognizant of the fact that The decline in agricultural productivity is partly attributable to the shrinking agricultural land use due to unplanned settlements that encroach on agricultural lands. And further concerned that the agricultural lands in rural areas are continually being subdivided into small portions for built-up development, thereby diminishing the size of land available for agriculture. Noting that there is need to put in place measures for effective land use in the country in order to guarantee optimal use of agriculture. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the government, through the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, puts in a policy framework for effective land use in rural areas by consolidating and designating zones for built development for commercial and residential developments with shared public utilities, separate zones for agriculture use in order to arrest the further diminishing of agricultural land and steady the country's agricultural productivity. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 9, the Micro and Small Enterprises Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Micro and Small Enterprises Act and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the National Addressing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to paragraphs 18(1) and 21 of part 1 and paragraphs 8(b) and (c) of part 2 of the fourth schedule to the Constitution to provide for the establishment of the National Addressing Council and County Addressing Committees, to provide a legal framework for the development and regulation of the National Addressing System and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Harm Reduction Bill, National Assembly Bill number 37 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide a framework for the provision, administration, and coordination of harm reduction services in Kenya and for connected purposes. Order number 12, motion, formulation of a reward scheme for accomplishments by sports persons in international competitions.
Yeah. Honorable members, where a member is not present and they had sought a response on their statement, then the response won't be given. It can just be tabled. So, Honorable Eva Barra, you can just table it because the owner of the statement, Honorable Elachi, is not here. So you can just give it to the clerk's desk. Okay, thank you. Next order. Yeah. Have you read it out? Okay. Honorable Ngusia, you may move your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to move this motion 001-2024. And before I move, I would like to request the members to keenly listen to this motion because we have been proudly tweeting about sportsmen, athletes, really praising them, but it is high time we start rewarding them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that, aware that the sports
Honorable Lucia, just stick to read your motion as is on the order paper.
Okay, well guided. That aware that the sports play an integral role in promoting cultural heritage, national identity, national development, the well-being of the people, and the sustenance of livelihoods, particularly of the youth, appreciating that sessional paper number 3 of 2005 provides a framework for sports development and operationalization in the country. further appreciating that the sector plan for Sports, Culture and Arts 2018 by the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Arts mainstreamed sports development in the third term medium plan for 2028-2022 under Kenya's Vision 2030. Recognizing that the Vision 2030 aims at capitalizing on the country's international reputation as a world-class sports powerhouse whose sportsmen and women have won international accolades and recognition, especially for their prowess in athletics. Concerned that despite bringing honor and national pride to the country, most of sportsmen and women face a myriad of challenges, such as lack of physiological sportsmen and women face, of physiological support and social protection, hence pushing many to alarming levels of mental health challenges during their career and even after retirement. Noting that the sessional paper number 3 of 2005 contemplated motivation of sportsmen by state through cash and material prizes, conferring state owners appointment as goodwill ambassadors and establishing contributory insurance and saving schemes among other forms of motivation, cognizant of the fact that the prospect of receiving state recognition, financial grants and other perks inspire sportsmen to push their limit in attaining their full potential, as well as fostering a collective sense of pride in sporting achievements. Now, therefore, this House urges that the government, through the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Sports and Arts, develop a policy and standardized sports reward scheme for recognizing the achievement made by sports person in internationally recognized competition through number 1, financial reward of Kenya shillings 6 million for setting world records, Kenya shillings for gold medalists, and Kenya shillings 3 million for silver medalists, and 2 million for bronze medalists. 2, non-financial motivation, including facilitation with the issuance of diplomatic passports for established sportsmen and women, appointment as goodwill ambassadors, concern and conferring national honors and privileges. 3, establishing medical cover and post-retirement social protection scheme, including establishing contributory insurance and savings scheme to support sports persons who retire from active sporting due to injuries or age. Madam Speaker, this motion is coming at a time when we are just celebrating the good performance of our athletes who did very well in Tokyo, collecting a collective mentors of 11 mentors. 7 of them were gold mentors, and even some of them set the world records, Madam Speaker. I am urging this House actually to come up with a policy, a standardized policy through the Ministry of Youth and Sports, so that we can be rewarding these athletes whenever they do us proud during the international competition, Madam Speaker. Most of the time, most of them have broken the world records, and I would like to appreciate the President for what he has done so far by rewarding most of the athletes, even without following a standardized form of reward policy. So congratulations to President for what he has done to our athletes so far. But we need to standardize this rewarding scheme so that we can motivate our athletes when they do so well internationally, where some of them have been pushed because we don't have a standardized policy of rewarding them. I have got so many examples. Most of our athletes have faced mass exodus going to compete in other countries. I have recently the Yafi steeplechase athletes who has migrated to Bahrain to go and compete there because they have a better rewarding scheme than Kenya. And the mass exodus was started by Alfred Keter, when he went to compete in Denmark, and he is a Kenyan. So for us to curb these issues of migration of our athletes to other countries, we need to start rewarding them and even planning for their retirement so that they can stick to our country. And by doing so, we are even going to improve and beat United States of America, who actually just beat us in Tokyo. And by so doing, we are going to help our athletes. The other issues, Madam Speaker, we have faced, when these sportsmen and women actually maybe they go through many problems or challenges of finances, nobody comes through. But by doing so and establish this scheme, we are going to have what we call sustainable kind of, they will have proper sustainability in their livelihoods, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can speak so much, and knowing that the sports has got a lot of benefits, I urge the members to support this motion so that we can actually build up. And with those few remarks, I would like to request Honorable Nabi to second this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move.
Charles Nguna, you may proceed, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion by my colleague and friend on developing a reward policy for the sports people or persons in this country. Madam Speaker, one of the things that policy would do is to dignify sports, is to dignify people who participate, break records, win awards nationally, regionally, and internationally. This motion would never have come at a better time than now, when the country seems to be at its best in terms of performance in various sports. Madam Speaker, I would like to draw the House's attention to a young women volleyball team called Malaika Strikers. A sport in volleyball that this country is now dominating in Africa. Those young girls, as young as 14, as young as 15, in senior school and in junior school, lately, they have conquered Africa. But when it comes to reward, it is so haphazard that it demotivates rather than motivate the young people. Madam Speaker, as we invest in sports academies across the country, and I want to laud the ministry, I want to laud the Committee of Sports of this House. As we develop sports academies across the country, what are we doing? We are ensuring that we develop talent at that level. We are ensuring that we nurture talent at that level. And with that kind of development and nurturing, we expect more of these people will break records, will win awards internationally, and therefore, we must have a system that recognizes, that sees, that rewards. We thank God. President William Samoei Ruto recognizes it. But he's doing it without a policy. What if tomorrow you have a president who has no time for sports? What will happen? What will happen tomorrow if you have a minister who has no time for volleyball, for athletics, for football? Madam Speaker, one of the things that is earning this country foreign exchange is sports. Look at what Oyunga is doing with the money he's earning for playing football in the Arab League. Look at Origi, what he's doing with the money for playing football in Europe. The money is back in the village. Look at Musa Otieno, the money he got for playing football in South Africa. He came and developed a whole academy that is producing young people. But then, how do we attract many young people to come into sports? Madam Speaker, the challenge that the motion seeks to deal with is this: that we have seen clearly rewards given to athletics. We have seen clearly rewards given to footballers when we were playing here at Kasarani. But we have not been clear on rewards being given to Malkia strikers, the volleyballers who are winning. We have not seen it. We are concerned by the young chess boys, the little young boys who went to play in Norway and Sweden and won, but nobody recognized them. We are seeking equity by this policy. We are seeking to straighten things that we think sometimes we make a decision emotionally. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be seeking colleagues that we support this motion and make sure that the country has a policy on reward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nabwire. Honorable members, I now propose the question that, aware that sports play an integral part in promoting cultural heritage, national identity, national development in the well-being of the people and sustenance of livelihoods, particularly of the youth, appreciating that sessional paper number 3 of 2005 provides a framework for sports development and operationalization in the country. Further appreciating that the sector plan for sports, culture and arts 2008 by the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Arts mainstreamed sports development in the third medium-term plan, MTP3, for 2008 to 2022 under Kenya's Vision 2030, recognizing that the Vision 2030 aims at capitalizing on the country's international reputation as a world-class sports powerhouse, whose sportsmen and women have won international accolades and recognition, especially their prowess in athletics, concerned that despite bringing honor and national pride to the country, most of the sportsmen and women face a myriad of challenges such as lack of psychological support, psychosocial support, and social protection, hence pushing many to alarming levels of mental health challenges during their careers and even after retirement. Noting that sessional paper number 3 of 2005 contemplated motivation of sports persons by state through cash and material prizes, conferring state honors and appointments as goodwill ambassadors and established contributory insurance and savings schemes, among other forms of motivation. Cognizance of the fact that prospect of receiving state recognition, financial grants, and other perks inspire sportsmen to push their limits in attaining their full potential as well as fostering a collective sense of pride in sporting achievements. Now, therefore, this House urges that the government, through the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Sports and Arts, develops a policy and standardized sports reward scheme for recognizing the achievements made by the sports persons in internationally recognized competitions through 1, financial rewards of 6 million for setting new world record, and 4 million for gold medalists, 3 million for silver medalists, 2 million for bronze medalists. 2, non-financial motivation, including facilitation with issuance of diplomatic passports as goodwill ambassadors. I want to take that again because it is very important. Non-financial motivation, including facilitation with issuance of diplomatic passports for established sportsmen and women, appointment of goodwill ambassadors, and conferring national honors and privileges. And 3, establishing medical cover and post-retirement social protection schemes, including establishment of contributory insurance and saving schemes to support sports persons who retire from active sporting due to injuries or age. Honorable members, I will start with the Honorable Rueda Obo, member for Lamu East. Rueda Obo seems to be on the screen.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Please proceed.
Asante. Bispika, nami nichangie katika mswada huu. Mwanzo nampongeza mheshimiwa kuleta jambo hili, ni jambo la maana sana. Upande wa sports au michezo. Sasa hii michezo kipangilio itakuwa jambo la maana. Manake itawapatia morali na kama vile tulivyosemekana ni kwamba pengine kutakuwa na rais mwingine hatapenda mambo ya michezo. Kila mtu ana vile anapenda. Rais wetu alhamdulillah, huyu Rais William Samoei Ruto ameonyesha mfano mzuri kwa michezo, na kumbe kweli kwa hakika ukipeana morali watu wanacheza ile yote. Kule pia nilikuwa ikiwekwa mipangilio itakuwa vizuri, kwa sababu kuna michezo mingine bado haijaonekana, haijachukuliwa kivyema. Sasa kama kule kwetu Lamu watu wetu hawajaonekana, lakini sio kwamba hawana talent, wana talenti nzuri lakini hawana morali, kwa sababu kama hii michezo ya maji tunasema kwa lugha ya kimombo water sports hazijachukuliwa umuhimu. Kwangu kuna watu ambao wakiingia kwa bahari ni kama papa. Wanaogelea vizuri, wanaweza kufika, ni tactics tu kidogo wafundishwe na waende wainue jina la nchi. Lakini utaona michezo fulani, naona mwenyekiti wa kamati yako hapa wa sports, nichukue nafasi hii pia nizungumze, apate kusikia, waangalie upande zingine pia zitafikiwa vipi.
Honorable Rueda Obo, do not get distracted by the chair sports. He does not understand or know as much Kiswahili as you do. So just ignore him. I can see him trying to tell you what that is in Kiswahili. He doesn't have the capacity. So just proceed.
Niko naye hapa karibu, nitamweleza zaidi. Sasa pia kuna ndio sasa hii leo asikie Kiswahili vizuri kisha ataniuliza ile hajaelewa. Kuna michezo mingine inaanza paka kwa shule. Tukiweka hizi mbinu au sheria ambao zitaileta morali kuanza kwa shule, youth au vijana wanafunzi watakuwa na bidii kwa michezo. Sahihi, kama kuna mchezo ambao watu wengi hawajui, kuna mchezo nenwa. Hata nafikiri speaker hiyo itabidi nizungumze kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Kwa Kiingereza tunasema spoken word. Hiyo pia iko kwa michezo ambayo Lamu Mashariki shule inaitwa Siu Primary ilienda paka ikafika East Africa kwa sababu ya mchezo huo. Lakini hawakupata morali, hawakusaidika na chochote. Sahihi walivyoshindana tena, wakija huku wakafanyiwa mchezo mbaya. Watu wa Nairobi huku wakifika watu wangu kutoka la mashariki, anajua huyu ndio mlengwa, huyu ndio hodari, kwa hiyo kabla afike kwa stage jina lake liitwe, wakati wake umefika, akaenda kuangalia uniform zake za kuvaa zishaibiwa. So mambo kama haya akiwa na hiyo mipangilio mizuri, hata zile adhabu au wale wanadhulumika wasifike mbele, pia ziwekwe kwenye hiyo mipangilio, itasaidia sana. Kwangu na Pwani kwa jumla, kuna ile michezo ya zile vidau, unaeka makasia, zile ambazo inaweza kutufikisha mbali sana. Kuna watu wetu ni mahodari lakini haionekani michezo ile. So ikiwekwa hizo sheria au mipangilio ambayo rais yoyote akiweko au mbunge yoyote akiweko asiweko, bora kuna mambo kama haya, au waziri akiweko kuna mambo kama haya, yatasaidia hata morali. Utaona ile michezo imechukua hatua ingine kabisa. Mimi nampongeza sana na naomba hii bunge, mwanzo mimi na support, na naomba hii bunge tu support, itainua youth wetu, na hii itafanya wale youth ambao pengine ni idol, hawana kazi, wanakuwa na morali. Kama sisi wabunge, ile michezo kutolewa kwa wabunge imetuathiri sana, kwa sababu youth wako busy na michezo, badala kuangalia hii tu michezo ya kina hao sijui kina Manchester kina nani hao. Mimi najua hiyo timu moja tu, lakini nilikuwa nikifuata kitambo kabla Ronaldo hajatoka. Alipotoka na mimi nikatoka. So utaona youth wanafuata hiyo tu michezo, hiyo njia hizo za kuangalia tu lakini vile tulivyokuwa nayo, nakumbuka mwaka wa kwanza CDF ilipofanya, ilikuwa busy kule la mashariki, youth wakacheza wote wodi zote 3, lakini sasa hiyo wakatoa. Tunaomba katika hiyo mikakati ukiweka na zile hii CDF waangalie, waregeshe ile sports ilikuwa inasaidia sana na itaweza kuenua. Na kama hiyo michezo nasema ya maji, nimejaribu Speaker, nikachukua youth wangu, kwa sababu nimeomba kwa serikali hii mpaka sasa haijakuwa TVET ile iko Kizingitini. Nilisema ile TVET ambayo iko kule kwetu, kwa sababu sisi maeneo yetu ni maji, tuwekewe course ambazo zinahusiana na maji sana za blue economy. Lakini hizo course mpaka sasa hazijawekwa. Ile tumewekewa ni bakery na catering. Sasa imagine pale ward au eneo bunge langu lote la mashariki wanasumbishwa tu bakery na catering, ndo zaidi iko, na zingine ndogo, hakuna za blue economy. Sasa hizo ambazo hakuna, mimi nimejaribu nikasema ngoja tuchukue youth, tumepeleka youth 252 bandari kusomeshwa na bandari. Hao youth wana raha, utaona wanapenda. So it is good pia katika upande wa sports, kila eneo bunge la hapa la Kenya lihamasishwe zaidi kwa upande ule ambao wanaweza. So hii kiwekwa sheria na haya mambo mengine ya chini ya kuvuta, inshallah pia nao yawekwe, watoto wetu, youth wetu wasaidike. Utaona youth pengine yeye hawezi mbio, kama mimi siwezi mbio, watu wangu si wengi wa kuweza mbio, lakini kwa bahari wale wa mbio hawatuwezi. Kwa hivyo kila eneo bunge lina talenti yake Mungu aliyopatia.
Mheshimiwa wa Lamu East, wajua sisi tunakujua kwa ubambe wako wa Kiswahili na kwa sababu ulianza na Kiswahili, tungependa umalize kwa Kiswahili. Kwa sasa unachanganya na kununu za
sawa. Asante.
Standing orders zetu hazijatukubalia.
Sawa, asante.
Kuchanganya. Kwa hivyo
asante Speaker, nimesema Lamu East, Lamu ni Lamu Mashariki. Ni rahisi tu kuisema.
Lamu Mashariki, endelea.
Lamu Mashariki. Na hivyo umeelewa. So na mimi nimalizie hapo. Naomba tu tushirikiane. Hawa youth wetu watatukumbuka bunge hili tukitengeza sheria hii, na upande wetu wa michezo utaenda juu sana. Asanteni.
Asante sana mbunge wa Lamu Mashariki, Mheshimiwa Ferdinand Wanyonyi. Mheshimiwa Ferdinand, kidogo tu nisamehe, nipatie Mheshimiwa Timothy Wanyonyi kwanza, alafu nitakuja kwako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know Mheshimiwa Ferdinand always masquerades and takes my position. But that's on a light note, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to support this motion. Madam Speaker, Kenya is a sporting nation, but we have not lived to that billing that our athletes, our sportsmen and women, Madam Speaker, most of them, they are languishing in poverty. They have represented the country, they have carried our flag high in international arenas, Madam Speaker, but if you go down and look at the athletes who are great sportsmen and women a few years ago, you'll find most of them, you can't even recognize them. It is a very timely motion that we should now have a predictable system and scheme that recognizes our men and women who have made this country, Madam Speaker, great in the international arena. You can imagine just a few weeks ago in Tokyo, our national anthem, Madam Speaker, sang 7 times with our athletes who were there and performed very well. We remember some time back when I think I was still in primary, there was a great athlete called Henry Rono. Henry Rono broke 4 world records, Madam Speaker, in a span of 1 month and a few days. And the same gentleman, Henry Rono, although he worked and remained in America for a long time, but there was nothing to show off. When he came here in Kenya, no recognition, nobody even knew who Henry Rono was, but he was a great man, Madam Speaker. And many others, people like Kipchoge Keino, Madam Speaker, they are the people who have excelled and have become role models. We have footballers, Madam Speaker, we have other sportsmen and women, including the chairman of sports here, Madam Speaker, Mheshimiwa Dani Wanyama. He's a great footballer, and he played for the country. I remember when we were in school, we used to call him Amboseli. He was in our neighboring school, and I was in the other school, Madam Speaker. So we have these people spread all over. There are recent the heroes and heroines like Faith Kipyegon. I saw her in 1,500 meters when she was beckoning her colleague who was lying, I think, 5th or something, to come forward, to come and close the gap between her and them. And she inspired that girl, and she came number 2 to her, Madam Speaker. And you could see those are people who are not selfish, they are motivating. She was even, in 5,000, she had even to slow down the other girl to beat her. So you can see, if we have a system of rewarding these people, including even naming streets and national colors and many other things and financial rewards, and that of even giving them that a medical scheme that will enable them, Madam Speaker, to always access health facilities without any problem. So, Madam Speaker, this is a good motion and we want to support it. And sports in this country, Madam Speaker, I remember in the early 90s, 80s, Kenya, our football was on a very high notch, but at the moment it has gone down. Recently, when we had a journey here, Madam Speaker, the president motivated the team and by rewarding them with cash awards. And you saw what the team did. They played very well. We beat giants like Morocco. We beat most of those big teams that the group we were in, we looked like we were the underdogs. But we ended up being on top of that group, Madam Speaker. So we need to continue encouraging these young men and women that sports actually today is the highest paid event in the world. Sports pays very well. When you look at footballers who are playing in Europe, Madam Speaker, they earn so much money that if you look at anybody who is employed, including even our president, cannot earn that much. So if this is properly channeled, and also we must have also a system of even training our athletes, because some of them, Madam Speaker, they become champions when they are very young, and they have nobody to direct them even how to invest the money they receive. So you find maybe some people just come and exploit them and start taking the money from them. So if we find also a system of even protecting these young athletes, we have had foreign agents who come here, Madam Speaker, and unfortunately we don't protect our athletes. They come here and mislead these young men and women, sometimes even start fitting them on drugs. And then you find this becoming a dangerous thing that even spoils the career of these people. So we want to continue and make sure that Kenya remains a sporting nation, and we must recognize our heroes and heroines, Madam Speaker, those who have excelled, who have carried the flag of our country very high. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to support and say it's a great motion. I want to thank Mheshimiwa CNN for bringing this motion. Madam Speaker, thank you very much and God bless.
Very much. I would like, for the same reasons, for that purposive reasons, to go to the Honorable Harold Kimuge Kipchumba, nominated member. Member for Kwanza, please just be patient. You will be the next after Kipchumba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am in support of this motion by Honorable Charles Ngusha, and I am excited. I come from the community where many athletes have been born and brought up. And it is true that many of them have succeeded, have performed well at the early time of their lives when they are young. But when you go back to see what they accomplished, you cannot see it. A reward system scheme is very important so that we don't rely on the whims and the passion and interests of leaders that are in position then. As I support this motion, I want to also pray that as it's being formulated, there's need to bear in mind and bring in the interests of persons with disabilities. Inclusion and mainstreaming disability would be rewarding. For example, we have teams that have won gold over the years. Right now, we have a team, Kenyan badminton team of persons with disabilities in Nigeria. And they have gone to the semis. There's a team that was in Tanzania a month ago on Sekafa, the national team of amputees. And they won the African Championship, the Sekafa Championship. But they just faded from the field and came back home, and there was no recognition. There is a team of deaf sports women going to Japan for the Olympics, Paralympics. They might also just go out and come back without recognition. And therefore, this motion comes in handy and in time, and that for persons with disabilities, the recognition and reward, other than just financial, would go a long way to encouraging others to give the best of their abilities when they live with disabilities. I want to support majorly the reward on health and welfare. Giving one a comprehensive medical cover and support in performance in sports as a reward would play a great role in seeing the athletes and sportsmen and women with disabilities be able to live a dignified life later in their old age. As we know that one of the greatest challenges of living with disability at old age or after retirement is healthcare. So I want to support this motion and that the scheme would go a long way in developing not only sports and talents in this country, but also inclusion. I support.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Wanyonyi Ferdinand, member for Kwanza, and thank you very much for your patience.
It's not patient. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my colleague, CNN. I want to thank you for coming up with this very, very timely motion. Madam Speaker, this is very timely. And I didn't know, but I thought I was going to, but I think he came ahead of us, and I think he has come up with a very good motion on this reward scheme to our very good athletes in this country and all others in the other sports. Madam Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, for actually coming up and rewarding our own children, our Kenyan ladies and boys who actually did very well in Tokyo. Again, as somebody mentioned, it's true, this was without any policy, but I think he also got very motivated and I think very excited that you can imagine how many times the national anthem was played in Tokyo. 7 times because of the reward to our best performance there. We just came second to America, the biggest country in the world. We were number 2. And it could have been done even better, but of course, no other country actually was compared with us. Every time there was running, I took time to watch our girls doing extremely well. Madam Speaker, I think it's only fair that we come up with a policy. Of course, Kenya has been one of the best countries in the world in terms of athletics. You can imagine days of Keno, who actually was always number 1 all over the world. I don't know how he is now today, but I think was he rewarded? That was his own efforts. We have to develop this policy, and I think I urged this House to pass it yesterday so that we can be able to move forward. And I think the next thing will be that for us to even establish what I would call International Sports Academy, so that people can come and learn from us. And as they come to learn from us, this country, Madam Speaker, will also be earning foreign exchange because of this academy. That again will be able to streamline and see and encourage. Not only encouraging, but of course we'll have a policy that can be able to assist the young ones who necessarily, we are not saying there's academic failures, but of course it could even be doctors and what have you. Could be anything, but if he has an interest in sports, he can equally be rewarded. And if the amount suggested by Honorable CNN can be taken seriously, it's a very good earning. And you can imagine if there's an annual participation or annual events of the kind, just see how much this particular individual, Kenyan, will be earning. And of course, we are not saying it must be in Kenyan shillings. It could be in US dollars because it will be international. That means, again, bringing money, foreign money, to our country. So I think, Madam Speaker, we should actually pass this motion as soon as we can to be able to see what we can do. I also want to take this opportunity, and I see my colleague here, Judge of Sports, the chairman of the sports. Again, Harambee Star was doing very well those days. And you can imagine if we also have this, of course, football is also part of the sports. If now we went in for Harambee Star also being awarded for doing very well, we'll be on top of the world, because if they go up to national, apart from playing for the region, which of course Harambee Star was doing very well as a Kenyan team in Kenya, but now they can also win to go and play the World Games. That again is something that I want to encourage, apart from, of course, running and other sports. But Harambee Star is one of the, football is very popular sports. Madam Speaker, again, if we can be able to do that, a good reward, so that our people can be, our students and boys and girls can, even they also Harambee women star, Harambee Star for women, Starlet again can also do very well. Imagine again if it's rewarded. We want to encourage this as a country of sports, and Kenya is known the whole world. I just came from an overseas trip, and when I said I come from Kenya, I said, hey, that's a very good country, because of course of what we've had in Tokyo. Then we also should do the same thing with sports, with the football. Scarlett and of course Harambee Star should also be rewarded. And I want to ask the chairman of sports, who is sitting behind me, again to come up so that I can be able to move forward with this kind of thing. With those few remarks, I want to say I support this motion. I want to make it even in the, not only a motion, becomes a bill, so that I can be able to go further and be able to reward our children, our grandchildren, our equals to be able to, because at this age I can't run, I used to play football, but now I can't play. But my children, I think for information, Madam Speaker, one of our members of parliament here has sent his son to Spain to play football in Spain, because he's very good, and I saw the boy is doing very well. He's in Spain. He's about 14 years old. And very soon you see him actually playing for Spanish football team. So with those few remarks, let's move on.
Before you finish, one of us has sent me a message that you were running very fast on 24th of June. Was it 25th of June 2024? You were seen running very fast. So we know you can still run. Don't say you can't run.
Madam Speaker, that is actually just to make my point very strong. I used to play football, but I didn't. Running is just part of what each one of us can do. Yes.
Thank you.
And in fact, she's just saying, not even interruption, but she's confirming that actually I ran very fast. I don't know where I was going to, but just to show that actually I can run. I should be rewarded. When this thing actually goes through, I want to get a gold medal. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support this motion. We want to make it into a bill so I can be able to move forward and put our country onto the world map. I think that's what we should do. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Wanyonyi, you were running through the tunnel towards the Bunge Tower. Honorable members, we have guests this morning. We have students seated in the speaker's gallery from Faro Schools, Embakasi Central Constituency, Nairobi. Please arise so that the House can recognize you. Thank you very much. You may be seated. We also have students seated in the public gallery this morning. Students from Uvaini Primary School, Yata, Constituency, Machakos County. We have students from Altuleta Comprehensive, from Kajiado South constituency in Kajiado County, and we have Sitam Schools, Makadara constituency, Nairobi County. You are welcome to the National Assembly to continue observing proceedings of the House. Honorable members, I would like to invite the Honorable Abdi Shurie, Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee, so that he may table a report. Please take the opportunity to also invite all the students seated in the public and the Speaker's gallery.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 1st October 2025. Joint report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the Select Committee on Public Debt and Privatization on its consideration of the Privatization Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to welcome all the students to the National Assembly. I think it's a rare opportunity to visit the National Assembly and witness the debate and how we make laws in this country. So I say, karibuni sana. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The Honorable Agnes Pereio, member for Narok North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the motion by CNN. Sports is a talent, and it's a talent that can earn our youth a living. And supporting sports will mean that we are creating jobs for the youth. The youth will no longer be idle, because when they are idle, they think of other things to do. So there is need for the youth to be supported and for sports to be supported. We come from different regions, Madam Chair. We come from different regions and our talents are different. So I think it is time, Madam Speaker, to study other regions on what they can do best, so that they can be supported in what they can do best, and a talent that will support their families and support them. So I stand to support the motion and say that it is important that we look at the sports like a way of supporting our youth, because there are so many loitering in their villages and not doing anything. And if we can help them build their talents, then they can earn a living and they can support themselves. And for that reason, I support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. The Honorable Daniel Wanyama, Chairman and also member for Webuye. Chairman Sports.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want just to appreciate Honorable CNN for coming up with this motion. But as Honorable Ferdinand alluded to, I think it will add more value if we translate it to a bill, so that it becomes a law that whoever comes in will have no choice but just to implement it. Rewarding of sports persons who participate in international competitions is a great thing. And Kenya is always in the news on good reasons, particularly when sports is going on. And as it were, many who have been in sports those yesteryears have languished in poverty because there was no serious executive government that was in place that appreciated sports. We are only seeing it here now, and we know, and we are not so sure that after His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, we could not be sure of whoever comes in if he will engage in the same. And therefore, this motion comes very timely to iron out and to sort out the issues that sports persons have been having. I want to say that it should not be in a particular skewed way to reward them, but we want to make it sure that any person that represents Kenya in any discipline, this way of rewarding should actually cut across all the disciplines. As long as a person has been selected and participated in representing Kenya, either in volleyball, football, athletics, hockey, rugby, name it. As long as you wear the national color, as long as you carry out the national flag, you must be part and parcel of reward of this scheme. Because somehow, this time round, it is only maybe skewed on those who win medals. There are reasonable and quite a number of sports that do not award medals, but you only win a championship and you come back home. Therefore, all those disciplines must have a way of being rewarded. But most importantly, as we look at the reward of these players, what can be more sustainable and which will help these sports persons is actually having a reasonable insurance for them. Because also, it is very risky when you are a sports person. You may be in the field there, then when you are in action, you get an injury that will not be able to make you come back to playing again. Therefore, this scheme and this kind of reward should actually go further and therefore take care of those incidences just in case the worst happens. So I just want to thank Honorable CNN, and that as a committee, as it were, we will look forward and see that we translate this motion into a bill so that it becomes a law. And therefore, Treasury must be informed that even during the budget allocation, they must be able to allocate funds just towards this kind of reward system. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think in the future, Parliament will consider making some longer microphones for tall people, like the Honorable Wanyama. Actually, we are struggling to hear him because he's far away from the mic. So maybe tall people like Honorable Wanyama will need a slightly longer mic. The Honorable Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I want to thank Honorable Charles Ngusia for this very, very timely and important motion. This motion, it's comprehensive. You have talked about being able to reward our athletes or our sportsmen and women when they do excel in behalf of the country and giving them some form of logistical support. But I want us to take your motion further. There are many challenges that athletes go through long before they become world champions. One of the key mandates of the Ministry of Sports is to nurture sport, to nurture sportsmen and women, not to celebrate them only when they have won. And that is where the problem lies. A lot of our athletes, you've talked about them being able to have psychosocial support. You've talked about them being able to have post-retirement medical cover. But the biggest crisis is the support that they need here and now. I have visited every athletics training camp in Uasin Gishu County, in Elgeyo Marakwet, and in Nandi County. And each of them, you hear the challenges that they go through. The athletes who are training to become world champions and don't even have shoes. They usually have one person run in the morning. Then when the person comes back from running, they give the other one the shoes so that the other person hits the road to go for training. That's how bad it is. They don't even have the right clothing. Sometimes they don't even have food. On many occasions, I've supplied food to some of those young people who are there. Then there is the crisis of gender-based violence happening in our camps. I had the occasion to host women athletes at Eka Hotel in Eldoret, which was sponsored and supported by Absa Bank. And when we listened to the stories by the young women, they said, first of all, can we have just trained for us women physiotherapists to be in our training camps? Because sometimes when they have the physiotherapy done by the men, they do get abused. Just the way I'm entitled to ask for a woman to search me at the airport, these athletes should have the
look for their own therapists. That they have a coach, they have a manager, but in case of an injury, there is no proper medical scheme, there is no proper medical insurance scheme, there is no proper medical facility for them to be treated or even to get therapy. And even sometimes out of frustrations, Honorable Speaker, they end up stopping, or quitting the talent midway. That is why this motion needs to be looked at even beyond the normal motion that we are debating here. And I call upon the committee that is mandated with Matter Sports, and that is the committee that is led by the one you called the tall man, that we should find a way to convert now this to a bill. And it will be supported fully by this House, Honorable Speaker. Every member will support because it is timely. It is about time that we appreciate those people that fly our flags high. Honorable Speaker, I was actually reading this morning of sponsorships that are being done by our neighboring countries, Honorable Speaker, the Rwanda, that they've gone to an extent, Honorable Speaker, of marketing their country as a tourism hub outside the world, in stadia across the world, Honorable Speaker, that they're telling people, please visit us. And when I was reading it, Honorable Speaker, they said they want to raise their tourism revenue from $600 billion by close of this year, Honorable Speaker, to $1 trillion Honorable Speaker. What does that show? That we've got a lot of things that, Honorable Speaker, we can be proud of as a country, ourselves, and it's about time that we seize the moments because we have talent, we have young people who are ready to do to fly our flags high, but what they like is proper facilities, motivation, and support from government. It is very wrong, Honorable Speaker, that recently we saw one of our top athletes fly back after winning, Honorable Speaker. They were flying economy back to our country just the other day with nobody receiving them at the airport, with nobody giving them motivation, Honorable Speaker. And it's very sad. And it goes straight even to their deathbed, Honorable Speaker. As we speak, Honorable Speaker, today, we have one athlete from Kases constituency, one Jairus Birich, who passed on the other day, Honorable Speaker. He had won the Commonwealth marathon the other day, Honorable Speaker, and brought this country a silver medal. But as we speak, nobody is celebrating him. He's being buried on Saturday. The Ministry of Sports has not given any report. They've not supported the family. But just the other day, we were celebrating him for flying our country, for raising our flag very high, Honorable Speaker. And it's very absurd. Those are the things that we also need to be thinking, Honorable Speaker. The pecuniary support, number one. Number two, we should think about their families beyond their lives when they leave this country, this world, Honorable Speaker. With those many remarks, I want to appreciate the Honorable CNN and reiterate, Honorable Speaker, that I do not look like Honorable CNN. I do not know this confusion where it comes from, Honorable Speaker. Because I know very well, Honorable Speaker, I look better than him. I don't know why people say that we resemble. And I want to say we only resemble in brains, maybe, and I could be higher than him. But the point is, I do not look like him. And I refuse to look like him. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Soro. The Honorable Rindi Kiri Mugambi, member for Buri. Not Buri, but Buri.
Buri, aye.
That matter, that matter will be debated at lunch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Whether the Honorable Soro and the Honorable CNN look alike, and who between the two is more handsome than the other. Not in this house. At 1 o'clock, you have my permission to discuss. Please proceed, member for Buri.
Madam Speaker, the problem is that they both use cosmetics so that they can look the same. So it's a self-initiated look-alike. Madam Speaker, I join my colleagues to contribute to this great motion that has been brought about by Honorable CNN. Madam Speaker, sports plays a great role in this country. Madam Speaker, when I was growing up, I was a footballer, and now I'm a golfer. So I value any aspect related to sports. Madam Speaker, I visited a few of my schools the other day and I discovered that we are missing quite a lot because these children, our students, majority of them have no sporting facilities. Long time as we were growing up, PE, physical education, was a very serious lesson in many learning institutions. And Madam Speaker, people who are engaged in sports, they are very healthy. And I want to believe that in the process, they perform very well academically. A country that is so much sports, you look at even their health is fairly better than where people don't do a lot of sports. Madam Speaker, sports brings a lot of income to our country. It creates jobs. Madam Speaker, sports attracts many visitors to our country. Sports, Madam Speaker, keeps our youth busy, or what we call social development among a youth. Madam Speaker, there is a lot of inclusivity. Our girls are now in sports. Our boys are now in sports. There's no longer a domain of men. Our girls are doing very well in terms of sport, and they need to be encouraged as such. Madam Speaker, this inclusivity is key to a country like ours, where people interact through sports, through athletics, through football, through basketball, through rugby, etc., etc. Madam Speaker, I want to believe that when we are doing very well in sports, the international community is very keen to come and see what is really happening here. What am I talking about? There are so many scouts who come here to scout about football, the best athletics, etc. Madam Speaker, it goes without saying then that we need to put a lot of emphasis on the aspect of sport. And I want to say this, and that's why I agree with the move of the motion. There are so many disciplines of sports which we don't do in Kenya. We are very good in athletics. We have started coming up now in football. We have started coming up in rugby. We have started coming up in in volleyball. But there are so many other sports that we don't do. And that's the reason why we became number 2. Because in athletics, we are very good. So I think we need to ask ourselves, where did we go wrong? This is my point, Madam Speaker. We went wrong because we don't have a policy to manage the sport affairs in this country. And therefore, it's my feeling that this motion is coming handy, and actually it should come first as a bill, because we have to change so many things. Madam Speaker, let me bring to your notice and notice of these members. A lady from my place who has his 3 children, triplets, who have autism. And they were denied by Kenya Ventilation to go and compete last month. And they were denied entry for the sports. These are disabled, category of disabled persons, and they are denied by ventilation. Meaning, we don't have a clear policy to take care of all the athletics. Madam Speaker, when these people go out there, they market Kenya. When these people go out there, it's a talent. There is an income thing. It is an inclusivity thing. It is a cohesive thing. So why have we learned this far without having a policy? I want to thank the mover, because right now, we have to have it. And when we have it, it will be very clear. We shall have infrastructure set. The policy will bring in all the requirement for infrastructure that our talent require in terms of sports. Madam Speaker, if you check around, there are no stadiums, they are all focused in the big towns. The majority of our children and youth, they're in the rural areas. So, we have to put this policy. The policy should say every village in Kenya should have a stadium or at least a sporting facilities where our children are going to be practicing. Madam Speaker, we need decisions on how to facilitate these people. Some of them, even when they go to compete, they have to go to their mother and their fathers and even relatives to ask for money so that they can go and compete. And we know these people have talent. The youth have talent. So we need to be true citizens of this country by providing facilitation for these people in terms of the requirement, travel document, accommodation, visas, passport, etc., etc. And then the reward system. I heard some people saying that the president is giving too much money. At the president is giving 3 million, 4 million, instead of doing this and that. Shame on those people. The president was giving out that money because he recognized these footballers are putting the map of this country on top. His Excellency has initiated a move in this country of promoting sports, and we want to support him. And I'm believing that even this policy will be put in place because we need to reward these great men and women. We need to, not even 6 million, it's too small. There are countries that buy the athletics Cadillacs. There are countries that buy mansions for these people in high-end areas. And that's what we need to tell these children, that you can play football, you can learn, you can do whatever in sport and make it in life. Mr. Speaker, we need to have all-out sporting activities encouraged in this country. We have to have golf for these young people. We have to have skating. We have to have swimming. We have to have all kinds of sporting activities that other countries are doing. We cannot be priding ourselves by limiting our talented people through only athletics and football. We must open doors for other sporting activities. Madam Speaker, I want to support this and say that we are ready. I think this can be looked in terms of a bill so that we can enact it and ensure that the future talent of this nation are given a lot of power. I want to thank the great people of Bori because we have now a program for annexing talent in terms of sports and other activities. Thank you very much, the great people of Bori, for realizing that you can make money through sports. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I decided to stick to the screen, but after the Honorable Rahim, I think we may want to purposively go to the left. The Honorable Rahim, member for North Imenti, and before you continue, let me take this opportunity to welcome our students from Our Lady of Fatma, Kiriko Girls, from Gatundu North Constituency, Kiambu County. Let's welcome to the House. You are welcome to the House to continue observing proceedings of the House. So the Honorable Rahim Dawood, you may continue, and we give you this opportunity to also welcome the students for us. You may be seated.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first let me welcome the students of Our Lady of Fatima. Incidentally, my grandmother was called Fatima as well. So I'm very honored to welcome the school. Madam Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in supporting this motion by Honorable CNN, who is in my committee as well. I'm his vice chair. Madam Speaker, it is a good thing which he has proposed, but I believe we can go further because this, we are only talking about recognizing the world athletes. What about the ones who are at the grassroots? We need to bring out the grassroots athletes together with the sports persons, men and women, Because if we do not do that, then we will not get those for international. We need to recognize how sports academies can be done all over the country. Madam Speaker, this government has already started doing the sports academies, and I hope by 2027, many counties or most of the counties will have sports academies where we can nurture talent. But Madam Speaker, you being from a single constituency like myself and the others, most of us here, it is injustice to remove the sports kitty from the CDF, because that was the mainstay, how we could promote sportsmen and women or children to come up with performances which we could be proud of. But now removing that sports kitty from CDF, Madam Speaker, I think we as members of parliament, we need to talk to CDF and return it back so that at least we support. I wish to say something else because, you know, motivation of many kinds. We've got teams in Meru, football teams, who are doing very well, but unfortunately, the issue comes out that when they have to travel to go to matches away from Meru County or all over the country, it's very difficult for them to go. And I wish to even thank the Deputy President, Professor Kitore Kindeke. He did buy one of our football teams, Al Azizia, a bus so that they could make easier transportation. So I want to thank the Deputy President in his own way. He went out and gave a bus to Al Azizia Football Club. But the point here is, Madam Speaker, we need not just encourage the international stars, we need to encourage each and every athlete, each and every sports person, so that we can reach the height which is required. Yes, we need to give a facilitation to the athletes who are going, or the sports persons who are going out of this country. Maybe give them visas, faster visa processing, facilitation, and money as well. But let's even promote our own within the country, because if we do not do that, then we are not going to get the sports persons who go overseas. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is we need to see if there is a possibility of sports persons to be nominated by political parties so that they do not fall way off. If they are not politicians, the nomination slots should be even offered to sports persons, not just, you know, sometimes we do not do the right nominations in this country, but we need to even see how we can even nominate one or two sports persons so that at least we say we have taken care of them. With those few remarks, I join my colleagues and congratulate Honorable CNN in what he has done, but he should go further, and we need to have a policy where we are giving our sports persons much more than they are being given, not just outside the country, but within the country as well, and we build those sports academies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable David Mboni, member for Kitui Rural.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let's also say that I support this motion, but I wish this motion could be transformed to a bill which could be enacted. Because when you listen to members, what they are talking about policy issues. And the policy issues can only come from a bill because there are so many issues which need to be addressed in the sports area. Madam Speaker, regarding sportsmen and women is very important. It requires a lot of time to train, a lot of commitment needed to engage in sports. Madam Speaker, it's even harder to train and participate at international level. Madam Speaker, I was in Japan when the World Championship was taking place. And you could see those people, how much they have trained, because it happened that I was going to do something else. But I also went to watch Kenyans running, participating in sports. And that day, we won 2 gold medals from 2 ladies. One gold medal from a lady, 5,000 meters, and 800 meters, and then a silver in 500 meters. So when you look at them, the effort they put, seriously, we need to recognize them. We need to reward them so that they can put more effort to win this country a lot of more goals. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when I was there, I could see how many people have gone to watch sports. And that's what we call sports tourism. Sports tourism. The country has earned a lot of money for that period. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, so many people went to watch sports. And they spend a lot of in that country. So if we look at sports in terms of sports tourism, it's an economy by itself. Sportsmen, they are some of the most richest people in this country, as we speak, because the money they get when they are running is very important. It also promotes the image of the country. Because when I was there, people asked me, are you a Kenyan? The funny thing is that, Japanese are very short people. And you see, even here I'm tall. Can you imagine when I'm there among those short people? So therefore, the image, they could see I'm a Kenyan. I mean, are you a Kenyan? Those who can speak English. And, the Kenyans were rated very highly because it was number 2 with the 7 gold medals in the whole world. So the image, the image. And that's why the president, when he was in US, somebody was commenting that Kenya is the capital of Africa because of the sports. There are so many countries in this world who are not even known, right? So the image of those sports people, whatever they are doing there, is what is giving Kenyan a positive image in the world. And therefore, we need to support sports. But I also realize that time for sports people is very limited. I mean, most of them, they go up to 35 years. Beyond 35 years, you realize that anybody going beyond that 5 years, be it in running, be it in football, those ones in statistics, we call them outliers. So the time for sports, it cannot go beyond 15 years. And therefore, we need even to go further and train them in terms of financial management. There are so many of them. You read the newspapers. Some of them who are doing very well in sports, and they earned a lot of money. And because of because they could not understand how to manage their finances, they are suffering. And we need to actually to recognize those kind of people so that they also live a good lives. At times, some of them are hurt, and they stop participating in sports when they are very young. So when I'm talking about policy, those are kind of
consideration pursuant to Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioner in accordance with the Standing Order 2272. I thank you. On the same note, Majority Leader, I've received about 3, 4, 5 letters from petitioners protesting the delay in finalizing and communicating the outcome of their petitions. Is Karemba in the House? Karemba, as the chairman of the Petitions Committee, Public Petitions Committee, I call you out and direct the Majority Leader to sit with you and furnish my office how many petitions are pending before your committee, and how long they have been so pending, and how soon you'll be able to clear them. I know you are new in the committee, but you should now change the manner in which you prosecute your work. Thank you. Mashako?
I wanted to indulge you, Mr. Speaker, sir, whether I can make a comment.
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I want to say thank you to you for acceding to the request by the Taita Taveta Speaker, Acting Speaker, Honorable Anselim Chao, to table that petition to this House. I just want to make a short 2 minutes.
I didn't table the petition, I presented the petition.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for presenting that petition on behalf of Taita Taveta. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that this petition is at the heart of the people of Taita Taveta. We have been addressing this issue in many different forums, but this is a time, Honorable Speaker, that this House is now seized with this matter, that we are looking at an opportunity to have Savo East and Savo West managed by the County of Taita Taveta. This will address very heavy historical injustices that have happened. We know, Honorable Speaker, that other national game reserves, counties like Narok and Masai Mara, they are able to collect up to in excess of 3.6 billion shillings, money that goes to their people. But when it comes to Taita Taveta, Honorable Speaker, we have 62% of our land is under Savo. Yet we do not raise even a single shilling does not come to the people of Taita Taveta. So, Honorable Speaker, this matter is grave, this matter is serious, and we are saying that we know recently the President had proclaimed that we'll be getting 50% of that share of revenue, but I know the Line Ministry has not done anything so far. And he had also recommended that we get 40% of the employment to people of Taita Taveta. That has also not happened. So, Honorable Speaker, where we are left, we have not where we are now is to demand that the Savo East, Savo West go back to a game reserve, so that now the whole of it becomes the asset of the people of Taita Taveta. We can raise our own revenue, we can do our own conservation and many other things. So, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to comment on this matter.
Thank you. Karemba? Yes, Karemba?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the benefit of this House, Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the committee, as newly constituted, has moved with a lot of speed and has expedited on quite a number of reports. And only last week, Honorable Speaker, I was on the floor of the House and tabled up to about 5 reports. The progress is good, but Honorable Speaker, as you've directed, we will sit down with the majority leader, and I will be able to update the House and you, Mr. Speaker, on the progress that we have made. But my assurance to this House and to you, Mr. Speaker, is that the newly constituted committee has very dedicated members, and the members will start seeing a lot of progress in the reports and in the petitions that they have presented to this House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Karemba. Please try and, citizens come to this House because they have trust in your ability to resolve their issues. And they come to this House because they don't want to go to court. They believe you can give them better justice. So do so. Yes, Bowen, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to say something about the petition. Mr. Speaker, I've had the petition from the Speaker of Taita Taveta County Assembly about the national parks and consideration of decanting into a game reserves or the national reserves. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Committee of Petition to look into that petition very carefully, Mr. Speaker, and if possible, if they can propose a legislation to this House, Honorable Speaker, so that we have a legislation which guides our national parks, because our national parks, Honorable Speaker, are our national treasures. And if you check, Mr. Speaker,
That is where our source of revenue, especially from the tourism, comes from. So that, Mr. Speaker, we don't have the petition from the Taita Taveta County today, and next week we have another petition from another county hosting a national park. So that we have one policy, we have one legislation, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't need to decassette all our national parks to counties. Maybe you can check it into how the revenues from these national parks can be shared between the national government and the county governments, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Karemba, you process. Yes, is that Nabi? Yes, go ahead. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to accord myself with what my colleague who has just been on the floor has said. But, Mr. Speaker, why you find this issue very critical at this time is that in some of the parks or some of the reserves, they contain minerals. And the resident communities are not benefiting from those minerals. So we require a policy, we require a legislation, we require a standard. The way you treat Mount Elgon should be the same way you will treat Taita Taveta, the same way you will treat Kakamega National Park, the same way you will treat another one in another part of the country. Otherwise, it becomes very, very unequitable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ndaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the same issue of the parks, as we speak, we lost somebody in Ganze constituency through the menace of elephants from the same Tsavo National Park. As members from Coast Parliamentary Group, we have been forced now to actually organize ourselves. We're in the process of having bows and arrows to go and chase those elephants because KWS has not been able to address that issue. We've raised it before. We've seen the minister, we've seen the CS, we've seen the PS. Now what is remaining is for us to go and physically deal with that menace. So the issue of the national parks just goes beyond the county government of Taita Taveta. It also spills over to Kwale, destroying farms, killing people, Kilifi, the same. So please, any honorable member who would want to join us on 18th, please, we have enough bows and arrows to deal with those elephants. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I hope you are aware that possession of bows and arrows is a criminal offense. Yes, Parashina?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also stand to support or maybe just to contribute a little bit about the petition. But, Mr. Speaker, it's good to understand that the issue that the Taita Taveta County is petitioning on the issue of to do the revenue or what they get from the national park. Mr. Speaker, I also come from area with national park, that's Amboseli. Amboseli is there's a process of coming to be a game reserve managed by the county. Mr. Speaker, the only thing we need to check is that in the interest of the entire country, every area is totally checking and seeing that the collection that is being done or being obtained from the national government is not reaching the local communities and the county government. So we support that petition, but we need to look as legislature on what needs to be legislated. We need to see how can we check on the law governing the issue of parks, which are categorized as national park, and those ones categorized as game reserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Those of you who have issues, go to the petition committee and present them. Undanyi member, you have a petition to present? Mwashako?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My petition is regarding delivery of original marriage certificates to the Registrar of Marriages in Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, I just got lost.
Mashako.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker.
If you have
regarding
difficulties with technology, use hard copies.
Yes, regarding delivery of original marriage certificates to the Registrar of Marriages in Nairobi. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the licensed ministers of faith from Taita Taveta County, draw the attention of the House to the following. One, that Article 45 of the Constitution of Kenya recognizes the family as the natural and fundamental unit of society, which must be recognized and protected by the state. In giving effect to this provision, Parliament enacted the Marriage Act 2014. That the Marriage Act 2014 recognizes the five systems of marriages, namely civil, Christian, Hindu, customary, and Islamic marriages. Section 50 of the Act establishes the Office of the Registrar of Marriages and empowers the registrar to appoint marriage officers at national and county levels. That on 3rd September 2004, the Registrar of Marriages published a notice in the National Daily newspaper directing licensed ministers of faith and gazetted marriage officers to comply with the new procedure for the submission of marriage certificate as provided under Section 53 and 57 of the Marriage Act, Cap 150. That the notice in part required that all licensed ministers of faith submit to the Registrar of Marriages in Nairobi all marriage certificates already conducted and in their custody within 30 days from the date of the notice. For marriages conducted from 1st September 2024 onwards, the marriage certificates and other relevant documentation be scanned, uploaded, and the original document delivered physically to Nairobi within 14 days of the celebration. And original marriage certificate to be delivered to the Registrar of Marriages in Nairobi within 14 days of the celebration of marriage. 5, that despite the constitutional requirement under Article 10(2) of the Constitution, which lists public participation as a natural value and principle of governance binding all state organs, state officers, and public officers when making or implementing policy, the licensed ministers of faith were never consulted on the new policy directive. That the implementation of the policy has placed an unnecessary administrative and financial burden on licensed ministers of faith, who now are compelled to travel to Nairobi to submit original marriage certificates, thereby making the officiating of marriages in religious settings unnecessarily costly and cumbersome. 7, that requiring the physical delivery of original marriage certificates from all counties to Nairobi undermines the constitutional principle of devolution and decentralization of services, and may deter prospective couples from exercising their civic right to marry. That further, the policy shift has led to congestion at the Registrar of Marriages Nairobi office, creating opportunities for unethical practices, including attempted bribery by individuals seeking to expedite service. That attempts by licensed ministers of faith to engage the relevant authorities for a review or reversal of this policy have not yielded any positive outcome to date. And that the issue raised in these petitions are not pending before any court of law, constitutional body, or any other legal institution. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, 1, recommends that the policy requiring licensed ministers of faith from all counties to physically deliver original marriage certificate to the Registrar of Marriages in Nairobi be revoked. 2, recommends that the licensed ministers of faith be allowed to submit original marriage certificate to the Registrar of Marriages within their respective counties, with county officers bearing the responsibility of forwarding the documents to Nairobi, and make any other recommendation it may deem appropriate to address the plight of the petitioners. And your petitioners will ever pray, presented on their behalf by myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Karemba, within 60 days, you bring the findings of your committee. Furnish with the petitioner, bring to the House. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, October 1st, 2025. Actually, this is the first day of the month of October, Honorable Speaker. So celebrate. The year is ending. Afternoon sitting. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025, and certificates therein in respect of 1. Kenya Accreditation Service, 2. Central Bank of Kenya, 3. Microfinance Sector Support Credit Project, credit number CKE 300401E and CKE 601001E, the National Treasury, and 4. Coordinate implementation of the Population Policy and ICPD 25 Commitments Project, National Council for Population and Development. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Thank you. Before the next order, allow me, members, to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery Gathuthuma Junior School from Kirinyaga, Central Kirinyaga, Kamwiru Junior School from Kirinyaga, Central Kirinyaga, Nandi Students Association from Chesumei, Nandi. In the public gallery, we have Sunrise School from Embakasi Central, Nairobi, and Chulungwa Comprehensive School from Mwingi Central, Kitui. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House. I've been asked by Honorable Mulyungi, 1 minute. You can welcome your students and the rest of the students on our behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice to welcome all the students who are here in this House to Parliament. Further, Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome my own school, Kilungwa Primary School, in my constituency, Mwingi Central constituency. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the students who are here to aspire to one day sit in this House and in future serve in very senior positions in this country. I wish you journey mercies as you go back home and pass our regards to your parents. Thank you.
Gitari, 1 minute. Give Honorable Gitari the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance, and I want to join the rest of you who are welcoming this student. I want to welcome specifically the students from Kamwiro Primary School, where I studied, Mr. Speaker, and the Gathuthuma Junior School, which is a few meters from Kamwiro JSS. And I want to tell them, as I always tell students, they must consider themselves very lucky because, Mr. Speaker, the first time I came to Parliament is when I was elected. But they are coming to Parliament when they are in JSS. Karibuni sana, and I thank you. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we have a supplementary order paper on your gadgets and in the table office. And I'll direct the reorganization of business as follows. Order number 7, questions and statements will come after disposal of orders number 8, number 9, number 10, and number 13. So note accordingly. Call out the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Naisula.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 33-1, I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for purposes of discussing a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the alarming rise in cases of femicide and gender-based violence in the country. Honorable Speaker, in the recent months, there has been a disturbing surge in brutal killings and abuse of women and children. This worrying trend has been evidenced by several horrific incidences across the country. For example, in September 2025, a young woman in Narrow County was abducted and assaulted by her relatives for allegedly going against the wishes of the family in relation to her choice of marriage partner. Similarly, in July 2025, a 16-year-old secondary school student in Kakamega County was defiled by her teacher, highlighting the vulnerability of children within learning institutions. Alarmingly, cases of children being killed by close relatives have also been reported in the recent past. For instance, an 11-year-old child from Bomet County was killed by his father following a domestic disagreement, while in Tana River, 4 children were allegedly buried alive by their father as a form of punishment. Honorable Speaker, despite widespread advocacy against these heinous acts, the justice system, including the judiciary, the National Police Service, and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, has failed in protecting victims and ensuring accountability. Specifically, there have been reports on mishandling of evidence on victims of gender-based violence, which has contributed to a culture of impunity where perpetrators act without fear of repercussions. There is therefore need for concerted efforts by all stakeholders, including the relevant government agencies, non-governmental organizations, and the civil society in supporting victims and raise awareness. Additionally, there is need to safeguard the right to education for children endangered by child marriages, which is a violation of human rights. Regrettably, the Directorate of Children's Services is yet to establish offices in all constituencies, resulting in delays in monitoring incidences and safeguarding children from all forms of exploitation. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern with a view of exploring possible lasting solutions. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Do you have supporters? Thank you. You may take your seats. The support is overwhelming. And Naisula, I'll allocate you to move your motion at 6 or after order number 14, whichever comes earlier. If order number 14 is disposed of at 5, you'll be on standby to move your motion. But at 6, the House will curtail business to give you an opportunity, and the motion will be debated for 1 hour. Next.
Order number 8, motion. Consideration of the 5th report on examination of financial statements of selected state corporations. Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Well, honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the 5th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th August 2025. 1, National Social Security Fund, financial year 2020-2021. Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute for financial year 2019-2020 to 2020-2021. 3, National Hospital Insurance Fund for year 2018-2019 to 2020-2021. And the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation financial year 2013-2014 to 2018-2019. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of the 6th report on examination of financial statements of selected state corporations. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the 6th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th August 2025. 1. Agrochemical and Food Company Limited for financial year 2015-2016 to 2016-2017. 2. Kenya Animal Genetic Resources Center for financial year 2011-2012 to 2017-2018. 3. Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital for financial year 2015-2016 to 2016-2017. And 4. Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority, formerly NGO Coordination Board, for financial year 1992-93 to 2006-2007. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 10, motion. Consideration of the report on the examination of financial statements for the Water Sector Trust Fund. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 10, which is that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts for the Water Sector Trust Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 29th July 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Shuria and your colleague, you are disorderly. Next.
Order number 13, motion. Consideration of the session of paper number 2 of 2025 on the privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company, resumption of debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion on consideration of the session of paper on the IPO of the Kenya Pipeline Company that was moved by the chair of the Privatization Commission Committee just before the short recess, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a lot had been said of this proposed privatization, and what we would consider is not the privatization process per se, but the session of paper that proposes to privatize through an initial public offering of the Kenya Pipeline Company. And indeed, as I was said by the chair and the second of this motion, Honorable Gikaria, Kenya Pipeline remains a very critical and strategic investment by the Kenyan people over the years. Honorable Speaker, just like we have done with other critical and strategic investments over the past years, and case in point being KenGen, KPLC, KCB, Safaricom, we have enhanced corporate governance in state corporations by privatizing them through initial public offerings. Because unlike situations where you bring in strategic investors, initial public offerings offers everybody an opportunity to be able to invest in these companies, and therefore in a big way enhances corporate governance in the management of those companies. And as the chair said, and as you note from the report that was tabled before this House in their consideration of the session of paper, that one of the key objectives is to inject new corporate governance in the Kenya Pipeline Company Limited, Honorable Speaker, not only to enhance efficiency in the operations of the company, but also to increase its profitability. The session of paper proposes, Honorable Speaker, to privatize 65% of the government shareholding in Kenya Pipeline, and the government will be left with a strategic 35%. And therefore, we will still maintain control
because there's no investor that will come in and take up the entire 65%. That's why I was drawing the difference between bringing a strategic investor. You probably bring in a strategic investor who will take up 65%, and therefore effectively they'll have control over that company. But in this case of an initial public offering, Kenya Pipeline will largely still be, the majority shareholder will continue to be the government of Kenya, even as we allow other people, including ourselves, Honorable Speaker. And probably it is high time I invited all of you and Kenyans to start saving in preparation of buying shares in this company. And I can tell you as an investor in the stock exchange market, this will be and is a very good buy. If you look at our economy, Honorable Speaker, a lot of macro and fiscal changes have been undertaken in the last 3 or 4 years. And we have started reaping the benefits of some of these macro and fiscal interventions that have been done. And, Honorable Speaker, you look at inflation, you look at our exchange rate, things are stabilizing. If you went through, for those who cared to read the public participation report of the finance bill this year, 2025-2026, one of the critical things that Kenyans spoke to very loudly, and something that we have always said here, as members of parliament and those who appear on TV stations as they articulate their issues, is that government must introduce new innovative ways of funding both the provision of infrastructure and service delivery to Kenyans. And largely over the years, Honorable Speaker, we have depended largely on taxes that we raise, and Kenyans, during the public participation of the finance bill, loudly told us, and it is there in the report that was tabled before this house by the Finance Committee, that we must innovate new ways of financing our infrastructure and service delivery by government. And top among those innovative ways is to release part of the shareholding in some of these profitable and strategic investments that government has held shares over the years. And this is exactly what the National Treasury has proposed to do. And when the committee considered this report, Honorable Speaker, I know there were many concerns that Kenyans had raised. And many of those concerns, if you look at the report that the committee tabled, they have since addressed all those concerns, Honorable Speaker. And if you look at the recommendations of the committee, they have said that they are asking us to approve the privatization of 65% of Kenya Pipeline through an IPO, and to implement an employee share ownership plan. Because part of the concerns were by employees of Kenya Pipeline. Will they now lose value even as employees? Are there people who will lose jobs? And we are telling the Kenya Pipeline employees, many years ago when Kengen was privatized, or KCB, or Safaricom, the Safaricom of before privatization was a very small company, employing very few people. The Safaricom of today, having gone through privatization, is a behemoth of an organization that is serving not just Kenyans, but also Africans in this region, and many people around the world. Safaricom through M-Pesa has become a hallmark around the world, and many countries are having to copy the innovations and technology that has come from Safaricom. And this is what comes with enhanced corporate governance when you privatize an institution like we are proposing. And therefore, the share ownership plan that the committee, which I support, Honorable Speaker, will ensure that employees of Kenya Pipeline not only maintain their jobs, but Kenya Pipeline, through enhanced corporate governance, will be able to grow into a company that even employs more Kenyans. And Kenyans all over are looking for jobs, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the right thing we can do for this country is to allow the National Treasury to privatize this company, enhance corporate governance, create more wealth out of this company, and be able to employ more Kenyans. They have also said that we must ensure very transparent valuation of the company, and I fully concur and agree. And indeed, without preempting debate, Honorable Speaker, under order number 12 or 13, Honorable Speaker, there is a privatization bill that is also lined up for debate by this House. And if you go through that privatization bill, the issue of valuation of companies that are listed for privatization, either by whichever mode, whether it is IPO, whether it is bringing in strategic investors, the question of valuation is a key consideration, and therefore even this will be no exception, and it will be done that way. Honorable Speaker, there is a very strong and a very deep intrinsic link between the growth of an economy and the growth of the equity markets or the capital markets. And our capital markets today, Honorable Speaker, are doing exceptionally well. The Nairobi Stock Exchange is doing exceptionally well, and therefore the economy as it grows must grow in tandem with the way the capital markets capital markets are performing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, because I see my time is over, I just want to implore the members, let us support this proposal because it is good for this country. It is us who will benefit more than anybody else from this IPO because it seeks to raise about 100 billion shillings that I see the committee is proposing that the proceeds primarily should go to settle domestic arrears. These domestic arrears relate to contracts that have been awarded in our constituencies for roads, relate to contracts that we are awarding under our NGCDF and GAF contracts, and therefore this money will come to benefit not just our economy, but also our constituents, Honorable Speaker, even as we grow our economy as the capital markets grow, Honorable Speaker. And there is no better time. There is no better time to invest in the capital markets than now. Listen to me. There is no better time to invest in the capital markets than now. If you have a shilling that you can save, save and wait when this IPO goes and buy these shares. And you will live to remember my advice today, Honorable Speaker, because I have a colleague here who I advised to buy some shares of a bank a few months ago, and they told me you are wasting your money. And now, as I smile all the way to the bank, they are always on my door asking me for, for something. Therefore, please, nobody should come asking anybody for anything. If you have money to save, save and invest in this IPO. This IPO will be the best welfare you can bequeath to your children and the people of Kenya. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support and ask all of you to indeed support this session of paper to allow us to be able to progress and move on and even be able to raise money for the budget process. The budget that we passed here that factored in these 100 billion shillings, and I project this money will be more than 100 billion. In my own estimation, I can foresee a figure of 150 to 200 billion. What better reward can we give to the Kenyan people than raise 150 to 200 billion for them over Christmas? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support.
Thank you, Majority Leader, for those very clear contributions. Honorable members, allow me to welcome a group of students who are on a visit of the House of Parliament. They are seated at the Speaker's Gallery. This is Metkei Girls High School from Keio, South Elgeyo Marakwet County. This is a group of 6 top performing students from that school and from that county. They are indeed welcome to the House of Parliament to observe the proceedings during their learning tour. The Honorable Benjamin Lagat, Honorable Ngeleche is around. Or somebody is blocking my view from Honorable Ngeleche. Welcome the 6 top performing students from Elgeyo Marakwet, and of course also welcome the other students visiting. These are students from Metkei Girls High School.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been trying to look around if I can see them. I think maybe they left or they are yet to come in. Ah, they are there. Because I just wanted them to stand. They didn't stand when you were mentioning them. I want to welcome the girls, the beautiful girls from Metkei Girls. And as you said, Mr. Speaker, they are the top performing students. Mr. Speaker, Metkei Girls is the giant of Elgeyo Marakwet in terms of education. And whenever you see these girls, know that they are A+ material, Mr. Speaker. So I wish to welcome all of you here. Metkei Girls, sky is the limit, and you belong to this house or other better institutions in future. Mr. Speaker, This is the constituency whereby Gideon Kimayo comes from, and he actually met them before they came in, and I remained here just to welcome them. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we are proud of these girls because that is a school deep down in Elgeyo Marakwet County. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage other girls in their absence from Elgeyo Marakwet County that it is possible to perform and to be top students. Also, Mr. Speaker, my extension to the other students in the chamber, welcome to the National Assembly. It is possible wherever you come from in the near future, if you work hard, if you concentrate with your studies, one day, one time, you can be able to represent your people in this house or even be the president of this Republic of Kenya. Thank you and welcome, Metke girls. We will see each other after this outside for a cup of tea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngeleche. The students are welcome to this house where we make laws, we oversight government, and we budget for the country. The Honorable Benjamin Lagat will now proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the approval of...
We are not dealing with the privatization bill.
I am aware, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, proceed.
I am aware. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this approval of a sessional paper on privatization of Kenya Pipeline, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the job well done. They have engaged the public and they have allayed the fears, Mr. Speaker, which the Wananchi heard. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I think we already have very good examples of successful companies which were privatized by government of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And as Majority Leader said, we have KCB, which is doing very well, Mr. Speaker. It is in the hands of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, we have the biggest company called Safaricom, Mr. Speaker, which has done a lot of innovations when it was privatized, Mr. Speaker. So I would even say, once we privatize Kenya Pipeline, Mr. Speaker, there will even be more innovations, there will be more services, and the company will grow, Mr. Speaker, to a level that will employ thousands and thousands of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, they say it is not a business of government to do business. So the more the government releases companies that do business, Mr. Speaker, the more it can be able to focus on delivery of services, Mr. Speaker. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about the proceeds from this privatization, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as and when it comes, it should go into a service delivery for Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, water services, Mr. Speaker. So I strongly support the approval of this privatization, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, I support.
The Honorable CPA Julius Ruto.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to rise to support this particular motion on discussion of privatization of Kenya Pipeline. And speaking from the point of my professional understanding and undertaking, Mr. Speaker, governments of the day, like any other persons who can own assets in its own capacity, has got a right at any given time to exercise its own assets and property. Most of these government assets that we have in Kenya were placed there or were established using taxpayers' money. Of course, it has been serving the purpose and the intended purpose it was meant for. Some of them was to provide services or to compete the private sector in the sense that the citizens would be able to derive services and supply of goods in a reasonable, favorable price. Some of them were established for regulatory purpose, and some of them were established for the purpose of ensuring that the critical services that cannot be provided elsewhere could still be provided for. What is being discussed here is very fundamental because, Mr. Speaker, as we talk now as a country, Kenya as a sovereign, we have a responsibility to manage our fiscal space. It is from that fiscal responsibility or framework, Mr. Speaker, that the country is planned, the country is developed. The country expenditure is able to be measured, to be forecasted, and to be predicted. Where we are now, looking at the level of debt liability, debt services that we have to service. If you look at our budget structure, Mr. Speaker, one of the components that is critical there is the consolidated fund service, where at the moment we are doing more than $1 trillion. It's almost 1.2 trillion. These are the money that are given first charge whenever the budget is being expended. Whether we collect nothing or whatever we collect, when you sit down as a CS or cabinet secretary to plan the expenditure, the law mandates or commands that the first charge will be to dispense the liability on the debt. What we are talking about now, Mr. Speaker, what we are discussing now in this particular scenario is a way that we want to relieve our fiscal framework that is choked, that has been stressed, that has been oppressed, allow me to use that word, because of the obligations that are maturing day in, day out. These are most of the debts that were taken way back. Development of it has already been dispensed upon. Whether they are still alive or they have died, they have already been dispensed upon. But since it is important and it's an obligation, it is imminent for any government to deduce and to look for resources to discharge that liability. So this government has that responsibility. When now it comes to a point of looking for resources, we've borrowed enough. We even struggle to borrow. Sometimes we struggle even to meet some unnecessary conditions to get the space to borrow, because we cannot raise our taxes looking at the way our economy is. And whenever we want to raise, looking from the VAT, looking from the income tax, it's only on timely basis or periodical basis that we're able to cover part of our budget. So what is available now is either you borrow, and if you don't borrow, what do you have? Dispose what you have to relieve yourself, have something to spend. Like any farmer who rears cattle, I'm sure there are nomads here, there are cattle keepers here, like Makelap and the rest. So when it gets to a point you want to pay your school fees, who denies you to sell your cow to pay the school fees for your child? It is value for your child to go to school, and it is your responsibility. And the resources you have is your cows. So this government has got an agenda to do. It wants to pay off some debts. It wants to develop the country, and the asset it has within its disposal, he has a right to exercise them to generate the revenue. Number two, Mr. Speaker, there is something we cannot ignore. The aspect of transparency and inclusivity. Remember, this constitution has provided a mechanism for Kenyans to participate. And in this case, we want to allow Kenyans to own these primary and these prime companies. Look at the companies which went privatization, like Kenya Commercial Bank. Before that one, it was struggling. Today, as we talk, it is one of the multinational companies. You go to Tanzania, you go to Uganda, you get KCB, you go to South Sudan, you get Kenya Commercial Bank. Why? Because it was allowed to be managed and run in a private, in an entrepreneurial concept, other than in a public concept, which sometimes need not to be profit-making, but at times it is service, and it's defeated by the politics of the day. When it is privatized, the profitability aspect drives the agenda of the company, and it expands. Since my time is short, I want to support this agenda and say it is time for us, and I'm ready to buy shares. I'm really ready, like yesterday, to dispose what I have to acquire these shares. I'm very sure Kenya Pipeline will rise, and that share price will increase, and that is the wealth for me and for young people like us that we are coming up. Thank you so much, and I support.
The Majority Whip, the Honorable Silvana Sosoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to vehemently support this session of paper and congratulate the committee for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, much has been said about investment and matters to do with the stock exchange, Honorable Speaker. And I must, even as I speak and contribute, Honorable Speaker, I must really say that I'm a living testimony of what such line of investment can do. Honorable Speaker, I was going through the statement sent by my stockbroker just yesterday, Honorable Speaker, and I must say that I was so impressed. That's something that I tried to guesswork, Honorable Speaker, just about 4 or 5 months ago, in the line of the KCB, in the line of Kenya Re, Honorable Speaker, and even in the line of Kenya Power, Honorable Speaker. The statement that I saw really mesmerized me, and really, and it's about time, Honorable Speaker, that we think through this line of, I do not know why the member for Laikipia, Honorable Speaker, is so excited. I think she will be escorting me all the way to the bank. But all said and done, Honorable Speaker, there's different channels that government must raise funds. And one of it, Honorable Speaker, is to offer an opportunity for the masses to walk alongside with them, Honorable Speaker. They say that if you want to go fast, walk alone. But if you want to go far, walk with people. Honorable Speaker, many of these corporations that time immemorial, Honorable Speaker, have been left, by people or to people, just employees, Honorable Speaker, that just depend on the exchequer, on salaries and everything to run, who just pass time, Honorable Speaker, so that they can retire at 60 and go home and enjoy their pensions and everything. That is the reason why, Honorable Speaker, most of these private public corporations are not progressing. And look at this session of people, Honorable Speaker. What it is advising, Honorable Speaker, is that you offer Kenyans an opportunity, just like it was offered, Honorable Speaker, back in 2009. You remember, Honorable Speaker, about 2009 when Kenyans queued, along Nation Center, Honorable Speaker, to buy or to purchase, Honorable Speaker, the Safaricom shares then were about 5 shillings. Kenyans were all over saying, we want to protect this monster, Honorable Speaker. And it became humongous over time, Honorable Speaker, when people really invested in it. So it's about time that Kenyans take some of these proposals positively. And even the members that are watching us here, Honorable Speaker, because sometimes people, you hear people say, so-and-so owns shares from this particular company, it becomes the biggest shareholder, so-and-so has invested this. Honorable Speaker, it is a gradual growth that you have been offered an opportunity. Today, the share goes at 3 shillings, for example, if it is Kenya Re. Tomorrow you get it, Honorable Speaker, appreciating it to 11 shillings. The next day you find it appreciating to 25 shillings. All that, number one, helps grow your financial strength and also helps raise money for the government or for that state corporation. And it will never fall because there are so many eyes, Honorable Speaker, that are watching. And that is why it is about time that Kenyans embrace this kind of line, number one, of investment, and number two, of raising capital for the state corporations, Honorable Speaker. I do not know why, actually, we're even belaboring the point. We should all support this session of paper. We support this privatization. We support this opportunity to invest so that we can all move together as a country and help the country and help ourselves to grow. Honorable Speaker, I invite the Honorable Jane Kagiri to help me, to move with me so that we can smile all the way to the bank out of the statement that I got from my stockbroker yesterday, Honorable Speaker, in regard to the opportunity that I got about 5 months ago. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Owen Baya, who is the Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, during the Kibaki years, the early Kibaki years, when the issue of IPOs started hitting this country, that's when proper economic growth, Honorable Speaker, started. The IPO for KCB, the IPO for Safaricom, the IPO for KenGen, and many IPOs, Honorable Speaker, came in. And Honorable Speaker, I want to tell this House that this country raised a lot of money. There were very many IPOs that were actually oversubscribed. And people wondered where this money came from. But Honorable Speaker, it is this money that watered the economic growth that started during that time of Kibaki, Honorable Speaker. Having an IPO like this, the initial public offer of Kenya Pipeline, Honorable Speaker, is a good thing for this country. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate my leader, the leader of majority, he has to consult, but you can ask him to allow his deputy
Order
to speak to the nation.
The members who are consulting by the bar, please take your seats.
Yes, thank you. So, Honorable Speaker, for this country to move forward, we have to offload these many corporations that are taking a lot of our money from the taxpayers. And, Honorable Speaker, they are producing very little. And therefore, it is very important that we start the privatization process. And the best place to start, Honorable Speaker, is this pipeline, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have for many years said that we are raiding people's payslips. We are raising taxes. They are very high in this country, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, we have to find an innovative way of raising capital and of raising resources to build this country, certain infrastructure that we must have. And one of the ways, Honorable Speaker, is the IPO. And looking at the amount of money, Honorable Speaker, that we are trying to raise for this IPO, Honorable Speaker, it is time that we allow this government to offload some shares out of Kenya Pipeline, Honorable Speaker, and therefore we use that money to ensure that we develop some of the things that we must have, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the proposal seeks to privatize up to 65% of the government's shareholding in KPC via an IPO, with government retaining at least 35%. And I think that is fair, Honorable Speaker. Government will still hold KPC. They'll still have 35% share. Probably, Honorable Speaker, government will still be the highest shareholder within, and therefore we are not losing KPC, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like the leader of majority said, we budgeted for 100 billion shillings in the budget. If we do not raise this money, Honorable, we shall have a gap of 100 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker. And yet, our own asset, just like you, Honorable Speaker, when you have issues, in my language, we have a saying, Mutu wakolwa ni chakwe. Mutu wakolwa ni chakwe. Meaning, that which you have is which will save you at a time of need. That's what it means, Honorable Speaker. Government, yes. Now, he's telling me, the leader, that in his language, he says, Mtu hushika mbuzi yake. Government has KPC, Honorable Speaker. It is this KPC, Honorable Speaker, that government must hold on at a time like this to raise funds, to raise capital, to raise resources, to take care of the many needs that we need. Honorable Speaker, you go out there, the Coast region, for example, does not have a level 6 hospital. A level 6 hospital. Where will we get money in bulk to build a level 6 hospital?
This is the entire coast.
The entire coast does not have a level 6 hospital that goes up to Northeastern. You understand, Honorable Speaker? Now, where will we get money to do this? Honorable Speaker, we need roads. Roads that will open up the economy of this country, Honorable. Where will get, do we still want to go back to China to borrow money? Do we want to still deal with the rogue IMF, Honorable Speaker? Do we still want to deal? We have our own assets that we can dispose, get money, and allow Kenyans to own those assets. Honorable Speaker, when you hear people talk, it is as if this KPC is being given to other people. Kenyans will own this KPC. When it makes profit, the money will still come back to Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, it is with these many words, Honorable Speaker, that I support the privatization of KPC. It should be offloaded, Honorable Speaker, allow Kenyans to own it, and Honorable Speaker, we make progress as a country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to be very clear from the onset, and I like what seems my colleagues are alluding to. What we are dealing here is a sessional paper. Our report on the sessional paper is not privatization proceedings in respect of privatization of Kenya pipeline. I think people need to read. So when I hear already my colleagues jumping the gun, postulating, imagine how they build level 10 hospitals and the rest, it causes a lot of confusion. And that's why we lose the debate in a house like this. Owen Barr, being a seasoned member, should have told the country very clearly. This is a report of sessional paper that proposes. So, Honorable Speaker, number one, we need to go on record. Government has got no business in business. That is the position all over the world. Government has no business in a business. Number two, privatization to unlock value is a good idea all over the world. Number three, we have had privatization process in this country that have ended well, but some have ended up very badly. And one of them is the Webuye Pan paper, where the company was sold for song by some powerful people, went and ripped off its assets and walked away. We have even case of KCC that was sold, and it took the intervention of President Mwai Kibaki to buy it back. Honorable Speaker, another classical case of failure is being authored here today. Another classical case of plunder and theft is being authored here today. Honorable Speaker, In policy number 7, we are told there are some amorphous people who claim money out of Kenya Pipeline. We have not been told who are they, how it occurred, and what remedy was taken to punish those who oversaw the plan of these resources. You are told they're spending lawsuits amounting to 5.7 billion. Your guess is good as mine. Who are the claimants? Who are the lawyers? And who are the brokers in this matter? And who are the judges going to be bribed so that they can pass judgment early enough so that when the billions come, their first charge, they are paid. Honorable Speaker, secondly, we are being told the Zakem case. All of us who have been here know the Zakem case. They know who authored the Zakem scandal. They are working scot-free in this country. None of them has ever been brought to book. We are selling, stripping public assets to pay crooks who are already in bed by people who are in government at the moment. Honorable Speaker, we are told the number D, potential of loss of public funds amounting to 192 billion. Yet whoever perpetuated this, we have not been told where they are. Honorable Speaker, to sell an asset, to pay pending bills, which have not even been verified, which have been accumulated deliberately, is foolhardy. For how long will you keep on selling assets to pay pending bills and loans we accumulate every day to do non-productive activities? Honorable Speaker, and then the fear, the monopoly and the oligopoly that will come into this. Honorable Speaker, the principle might be good, but the foundation, the principles, the grounds for this privatization is all crooked process, Honorable Speaker. All crooked, all skewed to benefit a few people and leave the Kenyan people poorer than they were. And unfortunately, I stand to oppose. The rest can do whatever they want. I just want to go on record that it has been known there has been a sober voice who stood for the people of Kenya. Thank you.
As the Honorable Dr. James Nyikal. No, there is also ethnic and regional balance in Parliament. Let Honorable Nyikal speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this with extreme caution. The principle of selling assets and making them private so that they are run in a private way and not by government is good. However, in our circumstances, if you look at a summary of the sessional paper that is put, that actually attached to the order, to the supplementary order paper, the whole thing is actually going to rely on what the Commission of Privatization does. There are a lot of questions that have been put what it should do. If you take number 7 that Honorable Oundo has been talking about, if the Privatization Commission does not actually clearly say what is said in part 7, the pending bills, some of them are actually lawsuits. So we may actually be getting money to pay lawyers and we do not know what these lawyers were defending. Some of them are in what is involved in this Zakem. We are not quite clear what really happened in those Zakem lawsuits. And if you look at what this summary says in 3, is that actually this is a strategic company. So if it works, it's fine. Should it not work, then it actually will be a disaster to the country. What does pipeline do? It is actually the transportation and the storage of oil. Oil is what the country actually runs on. In our transport system, if oil is not handled well, you are done. Whether you are transporting people, whether you are transporting goods. The next is industry. If
if we don't manage this issue well, and the transportation, the storage oil goes wrong, all our industries will literally collapse. So another one is actually power. We still generate a lot of power using oil. So we are actually talking of the privatization of literally what we live on. And the whole thing is actually in the hands of the Privatization Commission. That is what this parliament is doing today, handing it what I will call the welfare of the country into the Privatization Commission. I don't see what we have put in place to actually protect us. So we'll believe that the commission that we have put in place will actually look after us. If it doesn't, you are in trouble. We have had problems before. Look at the Kenya Railways. Actually, maybe some of this is advice from maybe the World Bank and so on. We were advised to liquidate the properties of the Kenya Railways so that we could actually resuscitate it. It has taken years and years. It is now that we are trying. Some of us may not even realize that at one point, the Kenya Railways owned more property in this country than even the government itself. So I support this, but there's caution that we have to really look at it very carefully, what the commission does. But it needs to also need to know that it will make Kenya Pipeline run properly. What happened in, say, I'll take the example of the depot in Kisumu. The loading is so skewed that exporters actually can take so much time that the local retailers don't even have time to get the fuel that we need. So I agree, I support this, but this caution we must take into consideration, and the Privatization Commission must know what it is taking this country into. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mwengi Mutuse. Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, before you make your contributions, let me welcome students from Kithimani Primary School, Yatta constituency, Machakos County, who are in the National Assembly this afternoon in the public gallery to observe our proceedings. You're welcome to the House. What is the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to raise under Standing Order number 95, considering the immense contributions on this debate, and also the next agenda also talks about privatization. I wish to request that the mover is called to reply. Yes.
I will
It is similar to the next.
order honorable members. I'm the one presiding over the House. I'm the one presiding over the House. Honorable Mwengi Mutuse will make his contribution, and at the end of his contribution, I'll put a question for a House decision on what has been raised by Honorable Marianne Keitany, because that is what our standing orders say. Yes, Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if we may be heard in silence. Mr. Speaker, before I make my few points, allow me to disabuse some of the notions that have been put across by some of the colleagues that I respect a lot who have spoken before me. The very respected member, Dr. Aundo, seems to sensationalize this issue just because there has been cases in the past that have failed. And those sensationalism seems to stem from generalizations that are not particularly supported by the facts of the proposed privatization. Dr. Nyikao, also a very respected colleague, with the caution to urge that you cannot also drive anticipating an accident. Mr. Speaker, as I say so, privatization is not a new phenomenon. It is not an invention of the broad-based government. It is not an invention of William Ruto. It began in 1992. And we have statutes, the Privatization Act, that speak to this, that have been legislated upon by this parliament. And like has been said before us, there are many cases of successful privatizations. And for that reason, and looking at the mood in the House, Mr. Speaker, I am in support of the point of order by Mary Ann Keitan, that because of many of the contributions appear to be similar in support, that, yes, I am with us. Yes, I am with us. So that if it pleases you, Mr. Speaker, that the mover may be called upon to reply and that we are given a chance to contribute in standing order number 14. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. This decision is yours to make, not the Speaker's. Honorable Marianne Keitan, standing under standing order number 95, has requested that a question be put that the mover be called upon to reply, and I so do. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Yes, so mover. For those who wanted to talk to this matter, the next motion will be about the privatization bill, and we can elaborate more on those ideals. Yeah, mover, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to reply, and first allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to the House. Under your able leadership, I also wish to thank my co-chair, the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy, and indeed all the members of the two committees for the dedication and support they have demonstrated throughout the consideration of this report. Honorable Speaker, it's our expectation that the National Treasury will undertake the listing with the highest degree of transparency and integrity. We further urge that deliberate measures be put in place to ensure that ordinary Kenyans have the opportunity to participate in this IPO. These include effective marketing, accessible public communication, and affordable financing mechanism that empowers citizens to acquire shares. In this way, we will promote equitable ownership and ensure that the benefits of privatization are broadly shared across the nation. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Let those who need to take their seats do so. Honorable Soro, you will take your seat. You'll take your seat. I know the work you are doing is for the House, but now we take our seats and we make decision. Yeah, so honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the joint report of the Departmental Committee on Energy and Select Committee on Public Debt and Privatization on the consideration of the sessional paper number 2 of 2025 on the proposed privatization of Kenya Pipeline Corporation Company Limited, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 14th August 2025, and 1, approves sessional paper number 2 of 2025 on the privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company Limited, and 2, makes policy resolution as contained in the schedule to the order paper. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. So we welcome. Would the majority leader approach the speaker? Yeah, call order number 14. Next order.
Order number 14, the privatization bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, second reading.
Mover. The leader of the majority party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the privatization bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, by way of introduction, it's important to note that this is a very critical legislation or legislative initiative that presents a very conscious recalibration of our approach as a nation to the privatization of state-owned enterprises. Honorable Speaker, as you correctly alluded to, even the order that we have just concluded on order number 13, those who have not had the opportunity to contribute under this bill is also an opportunity to say what we may have to say about the privatization of state-owned enterprises. This bill is a direct response to constitutional and public governance imperatives and reflects lessons that we have learned from recent judicial determinations concerning the previous legal framework, Honorable Speaker, because as members, you remember, we did pass the Privatization Act of 2023, and Honorable Speaker, the Privatization Act of 2023, which intended to replace the older Privatization Act of 2005. And when we intended to modernize our privatization process, the act was challenged immediately. We passed it in court by a judgment that was delivered on September 24, 2024, in the case of Katiba Institute and others versus the Speaker of the National Assembly and others. The High Court declared that the Privatization Act of 2023 was unconstitutional, null and void. And the court found that Parliament had failed to conduct meaningful public participation and had undermined constitutional values of transparency, separation of powers, and legislative oversight, especially regarding sensitive decisions to divest state assets without parliamentary approval. And therefore, the decision restored the legal environment to the status quo that was there, therefore reverting to the 2005 Act. And this bill, therefore, Honorable Speaker, seeks to address the issues that were raised by the court. And indeed, I must take this opportunity to thank the chair of the Privatization Committee, the Honorable Shurie, and his committee for the very meticulous work that they put in to ensure that they addressed each and every of the issues that were raised by the court, and especially around the issue of public participation. And this bill has been drafted in a way that it bridges all those gaps that were identified and lays a very good foundation for a constitutionally grounded privatization framework for the country to move us forward. It once again establishes the Privatization Authority, as was there in the 2023 Act, as a professional and independent body tasked with advising the government on privatization matters, and also preparing proposals for privatization and overseeing the implementation of such privatization processes. Unlike its predecessor, or the Bill of 2023, this bill enshrines robust parliamentary and public participation safeguards, restoring the National Assembly's oversight role, and reinstates the requirement for parliamentary approval, not merely executive notification, before any privatization process can proceed. Honorable Speaker, that is very critical, because one of the issues that the court, many Kenyans raised, and even those who went to court, was on the question of public participation, which I have said was adequately addressed in the processing of this bill, and also the issues that have been raised in terms of the separation of powers between the executive and the legislature, and especially the question of removing the oversight role of Parliament in terms of privatization matters. And therefore, this bill is restoring those powers to the National Assembly. that any privatization process in this country will not be a mere notification to the National Assembly of the privatization program by the executive, but they must seek approval from Parliament, and therefore it is only Parliament that can approve privatization processes, because as was said even in the previous proposal, Honorable Speaker, under order number 13, this is a matter that touches on divestiture from public investments and public assets, and therefore the people's representatives have a role to execute. Honorable Speaker, that is what now this bill is doing. Honorable Speaker, the current legal framework for privatization, as I said, is anchored around the Act of 2005, which became operational in 2008. And many of you remember 2008 was before the promulgation of the new constitution. And therefore, the Act as it is today does not address critical constitutional principles under the new constitution. And we have therefore worked, and I must thank the committee again because they ensured that this bill is in tandem with the 2010 constitution, unlike the 2005 Act, which is not in tandem with the new constitution. Honorable Speaker, another key strength of the bill is the emphasis on transparency and inclusivity. As I mentioned, Honorable Speaker, there were issues raised on inclusivity of the public in matters privatization, in the matter that was in court. And the bill is now mandating consultations with affected stakeholders during the preparation of privatization programs, public gazettement of approved programs. Therefore, you must engage with the relevant stakeholders. If, for instance, you want to privatize a company or any state corporation, you must engage with the stakeholders in that industry beforehand. And also gazette, in the public gazette, the approved privatization programs and publication of key details of completed transactions. It's not enough to just notify people that we intend to privatize this and that state corporation. You must engage with key stakeholders in that particular sector. And also post the privatization, you must come back and report to the Kenyan people the details of the completed transactions. And that's what I was saying, even on the IPO for Kenya Pipeline Company, once we get into the IPO, the government will be obligated to come back to the people's representatives and through them to the people to report on progress of the completed transaction. And therefore, that creates a very good structure for ensuring that there is not only inclusivity, but there is transparency and accountability in the manner in which we transact matters to do with privatization. And I did hear the Honorable Oudo, the member for Funyula, speak at length. And you know it's good to speak to the gallery, Honorable Speaker, in this house, because we are not in a church, we are in a house of parliament, there is politics, and it's good for the Honorable Oudo to speak to the gallery and excite those that he seeks to excite. But facts speak better than the speaking to the public gallery. Facts as are the laws that we are enacting today, the legislative proposals before us, whether it is that session of paper that we have just approved, or this privatization bill, the matter of inclusivity, transparency, and accountability have become cardinal in these laws. And how I wish Honorable Oudo was here to contribute to these issues. I can see him walking back, so that he can articulate the issues he was articulating now, because they are very well stipulated in these bills. And I was thanking Honorable Oudo for speaking to the gallery, speaking to the people of Funyula to see that he's indeed a doctor who can speak good English. But the good English is also the good English that has been put in this legislative proposal that ensures that the things, Honorable Oudo, is good you are here, that you are speaking to, issues touching on transparency, inclusivity, engagement with stakeholders, ensuring there is accountability, and beyond the process, coming back to report on the completed transaction. Therefore, Honorable Oudo, if you read this bill and internalize it, internalize, because I have also seen there are also others who came here to just vote and walk out. And you know them. Yeah? Yes, you know them. But ask them what is contained in these legislative proposals. Ask the member for Kajiado North, for instance. Ask him what is in this bill. He has no idea. Ask him what was in the session of paper. No idea. Yeah. So, Honorable Speaker, I am speaking to these issues because we are now in debate second reading. Please take time and read the bill. Internalize it. See how well this bill has been processed by the committee. We deliberately, in the last parliament, separated from the Finance and National Planning Committee the Committee on Public Debt and Privatization, so that we have diligent members of this House, diligent members like Honorable Shurie, Honorable Makali Mulu, and the other members like Honorable Makilap, who sit in this committee, Honorable Mboko Milemba, a seasoned member of this House, and this committee of very serious legislators has sat for long hours to ensure that this particular bill will pass not just the test of time, but also the constitutionality, so that it doesn't befall the fate that befell the 2023 Act, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I just want to conclude by saying that this bill now provides a very clear review and appeals mechanism through the Privatization Appeals Board. And therefore, it's not enough to just come back and report on the completed transaction. If any Kenyan is dissatisfied with the manner in which a particular privatization is being carried out, they can appeal to the Appeals Board, Privatization Appeals Board, with the possibility also of further recourse to the High Courts. And therefore, this further promotes fairness and accountability, the fairness and accountability that the Honorable Udo was speaking to. And I invite Honorable Udo and many of us to now support this privatization bill so that it becomes an act of parliament, so that it can guide us and shepherd us through the process of privatization. Because, Honorable Speaker, as I said, privatization is here with us and we can't run away from it. And I have heard the concerns of many people when we speak about privatization. Oh, we are selling state assets. We are selling our strategic investments. Honorable Owen Bayer spoke something in his local language that said, you use what you possess. Loosely translated from what we say in my community, I was saying, even as we say, Modu Adagia Borieria Enayo, that you can only dispose of that goat that you own and that you have, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, when you have resources and we are constrained in raising revenues in this country, Honorable Speaker, because when I hear people oppose the privatization of state-owned assets to raise resources for the state to deliver services to the people, whether it is in infrastructure, whether it is in healthcare, the same people oppose raising of taxes. Then when they appear on TV stations, because they want to look intelligent, they say, oh, government must innovate new ways of raising money. Which other new ways other than raising money from the capital markets? Which other new ways other than privatization of such profitable companies? Because you do not sell that which is dead. You sell that which is alive. Even in your cowshed, Honorable Clive, you cannot sell your dying cows. You sell those that are strong, those that will fetch better prices in the market. Then they will help you to acquire new investments, new calves, healthier ones. I don't know, Honorable Clive, because he went to the Alliance High School, he knows these things. He knows these things. And because I know Honorable Clive Gesairo went to Alliance, and I know he knows these things. At times I look at him speaking elsewhere, and I wonder, Honorable Gesairo, because you know these things, and you know it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do for the country. It is the right thing to do for our constituents. Let us use privatization to raise money so that we do not overtax Kenyans. Because when you oppose privatization, when you oppose IPOs, you are telling government, go back and borrow, go back and raise taxes. Government is telling you today that we do not want to overtax Kenyans. We do not want to raise higher taxes. We do not want to raise our public debt. We want to utilize the resources that we have, Honorable Speaker. And you know, the savings that we have encouraged, and again, Honorable Speaker, it speaks to the issues that we are speaking about. about 6 years ago, when we amended the NSSF Act to ensure that we encourage the savings culture, many people at that time opposed it, and you remember even people went to court. Today, we can see the benefits of having entrenched that savings culture in NSSF. When we talk about privatization today, we have an opportunity now for NSSF because they have resources that they have raised in the last 3 years that are equivalent double the resources that they raised over 60 years. Therefore, this is one strategic investor, NSSF, that can invest in our PPP model of financing infrastructure projects, that can invest in some of these companies that government is directly divesting from, because NSSF is an independent body corporate. NSSF is not the government of Kenya. Therefore, nothing stops NSSF from investing, for instance, in the IPO on Kenya Pipeline for NSSF to own another 25% of the pipeline. Nothing stops NSSF. And that is our money as Kenyans, money that we are saving for our old age. What better investment opportunity other than through this privatization, even for our other state-owned enterprises and other authorities like NSSF to invest in our own economy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me not belabor, because this bill is largely a repetition of the 2023 Act with the corrections that have now constitutionalized the issues that the court had declared unconstitutional, and therefore beg to move and request the indomitable chair of the Privatization and Public Debt Committee, who has put in a lot of work together in this committee to ensure that this bill becomes a business to be considered before this House, to second this motion in agreement. I beg to move.
Yeah, you will proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion on the Privatization Bill 2025 as moved by the Leader of Majority, the Honorable Ichung'wah. Honorable Speaker, this bill has undergone extensive and rigorous deliberations by both committees, the Public Debt and Privatization Committee and the Finance and National Planning Committee. Members devoted significant time and expertise to examine its provisions with the objective of ensuring that the proposed legal framework adequately responds to both present and future challenges, while unlocking opportunities that a modernized privatization regime can deliver to our country. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight the key strengths of this bill. 1, enhanced public participation and inclusivity. This legislation is the product of one of the most comprehensive public participation exercises undertaken in recent years. The committees facilitated the submission of written memoranda and conducted stakeholder consultations across 25 counties, thereby ensuring that voices from diverse sectors and regions informed the proposed framework. We wish to appreciate your office and that of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the facilitation that made this exercise possible. 2, strengthen parliamentary oversight and transparency. The bill significantly enhances the role of the National Assembly in overseeing privatization. It stipulates that the privatization program and each proposed transaction relating to a state-owned enterprise must receive the express approval of this House. This provision entrenches accountability, transparency, and democratic legitimacy in the privatization process while safeguarding the public interest. 3, safeguards for stakeholders and efficient appeals mechanism. The bill institutionalizes avenues for various stakeholders, including employees, investors, and the wider public, to express their concerns and perspectives. In addition, it establishes an expedited and more efficient appeals mechanism, thereby promoting fairness, predictability, and investor confidence. 4, economic efficiency and unlocking idle assets. Honorable Speaker, our nation continues to shoulder the fiscal burden of underperforming state-owned enterprises. The passage of this bill will enable the efficient and effective privatization of entities whose productive and economic capacity is underutilized. In doing so, it will reallocate resources towards more productive uses, stimulate private sector investment, and foster economic competitiveness. 5, transparency, accountability, and market confidence. The bill sets out clear principles for privatization, anchoring the process on transparency, accountability, and public disclosure. This is vital for sustaining public trust and attracting both domestic and international investment capital. 6, introduction of a sunset clause for the privatization program. A particular progressive feature of this bill is the introduction of a 4-year sunset clause for each privatization program. This provision ensures that privatization transactions are implemented within a clear medium-term timeframe, aligned with the prevailing macroeconomic conditions. It provides certainty to the market, supports financial planning by investors, and reduces risk associated with long-term policy uncertainty. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to record my sincere appreciation to the Leader of Majority, the co-chair of my co-chair, chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, for the spirit of collaboration that characterized our joint engagements. I equally extend gratitude to members of both committees whose diligence and commitment to robust scrutiny of the bill have culminated in the report before us today. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second and urge this Honorable House to support the passage of the Privatization Bill 2025. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I now propose the question for the Privatization Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, be now read a second time. The Honorable Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, the Almighty. Thank you, the Honorable Speaker, for this chance. And let me thank the movers of the bill. On privatization, Honorable Speaker, privatization is a process that is very vital for this country. And it comes from the fact that we have had state-owned enterprises, and there are many. Originally, they were called the parastatals. And they were created for a purpose. The purpose for which they were created, some of them has now outlived their existence. Majority of them were formed at independence when the country was also facing transition from the colonial government to self-independence. And Honorable Speaker, the country needed to balance the investments in different areas of the country away from that to create employment for the Kenyans who were there. And also the private sector was very weak and therefore could not invest in certain areas. And when they invested, Honorable Speaker, they did invest in areas that they thought were of great interest in terms of profiteering. But they avoided others. I'm happy we have been talking about the Kenya pipeline. That's one of the areas where at the independence, the private sector would not invest in because of lack of the immense capital required and at the same time, the interest by the private sector. But then along the way, Honorable Speaker, these investments have outlived the need for government to continue investing themselves. Some of them, if you remember, were as simple as just supermarkets like Uchumi, and others were simple, like transport sector taxis, when we used to have Kenatco, for those who remember. And some of them were as simple as just wholesaling businesses. But with time, the private sector has really increased and has actually gained capacity. And therefore, there's no real need of government continuing to compete with the private sector on sections or on businesses that otherwise can be done by the private sector better. Experience has also shown, Honorable Speaker, that the private sector, when given a chance to do those businesses like hotels, that reminds me very quickly of hotels like the Golf Hotel in Kakamega, the Sunset in Kisumu, which you may find that the government is still struggling to invest in such like businesses. When the private sector is doing better in terms of investing in hotels. And therefore, this law comes in timely. And the dangers that were associated with this law have been removed by the intense public participation that our committee did do insofar as the privatization is concerned. So one thing I want to be clear to Kenyans is that the process of privatization is with us and is a correct process which will actually offload the government of the burden of retaining issues like taxing people more in order to invest in these private enterprises that are no longer making profits, paying the workers who are those in private enterprises that do not make profits, and therefore actually putting pressure on the consolidated fund, which otherwise then have to make sure that these enterprises are paid, while at the same time increasing the wage bill, which otherwise would be reduced if we privatized these enterprises and therefore would be run by the private sector. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to support this bill and indicate that some of the key areas that have been handled, as already indicated by the mover and the seconder of the bill, is the fact that the Parliament or the National Assembly, the Parliament has been brought in the center of this process. This was very vital because these are enterprises that are owned by the public, and therefore the representatives of the people who are in this House should have a pivotal, a very important, a core position in the process of doing the privatization. And therefore that has been included in this bill, and it is very, very good this time. Number two, Honorable Speaker, public participation, the threshold to be actually attained is very, very important so that we don't have cases where we have this privatization being done by the executive at a different corner, and therefore the House or the representatives of the people may not have a voice on what is happening. Honorable Speaker, transparency, inclusivity, and accountability in this process is also very important, and this bill addresses this, including those who are involved in these bodies that, or enterprises that need to be privatized, so that the workers, for instance, are involved and they have a stake, and it's taken that the workers will have this place for themselves upon the end of the privatization, because this has been one of the most serious challenges for the workers of Kenya. Whenever privatization occurs, then they are left out, and that has not been very good. So the employees and the workers, but the community also, because some of these enterprises may touch on community-owned or owned enterprises. We have our parks and other institutions that you may need to also consult the community, and the community should have a hand in actually saying that this is how it should be done. Also, the timeline now has been put in law so that the process can be done within a time frame that is known. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is a very good law, and this House must stand and take the oversight role of the process of privatization strongly, and also take the public participation very, very strongly, so that when the processes are occurring, they are transparent and every citizen is happy that it has been done very, very well. Honorable Speaker, with the passage of this bill, the government shall be able to deal with some of the publicly owned enterprises which are lying idle in the country. And most of them are in form of either factories, other hotels, and also the land on which they are lying. We shall also be asking that the valuation of these enterprises be done in a very open way, the Auditor General, so that the audit reports are also brought to Parliament for proper debating, to understand that the valuations so given are the correct valuations for those government-owned enterprises that are being sold. And this is the way to go. The government cannot continue competing with the private sector in small enterprises like hotels, like markets, supermarkets, and many others, which have made the government to spend more and actually taxes people more simply because they are trying to sustain these state-owned enterprises in the name of parastatus. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity, support this bill, and also indicate that even the one that I missed to speak on, the one that has gone earlier on the Kenya pipeline, we believe that with an aspect of privatization, the running of these organizations become more serious, accountability is there, profits are made, and a good example is the Kenya Power and Lighting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to support.
The Honorable David Mboni from the Finance and National Planning Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On onset, let me say I support this bill, not because I'm a member of Finance and National Planning Committee, but my background is economics, and therefore I know a bill like this one is in my area of specialization. Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying, after the independence, the government embarked on setting up parastatus and government agencies, and currently they stand at around 200, over 200 parastatus and government agencies. And basically they were to undertake legislative work and bridge gaps where private sector go. By then, private sector was very weak, and could not offer services by that time. So the government set up parastatals, like Kenya National Trade Corporation, NOC, so that they can provide services where private sector could not be able to provide. Mr. Speaker, in the early 1990s, during the structural adjustment and liberalization of the economy moved from government-controlled economy, that is command economy, to open economy and market economy, where demand and supply determines the market price. And because of that, most of the parastatals have become irrelevant to the economy. For example, Kenya National Trade Corporation, which was dealing with consumable goods, cement and building materials, has become irrelevant. And most of the parastatals have become, they have faced mismanagement and corruption challenges. And they have become a big stress, a very big stress to the exchequer. The billions of shillings we are spending on these parastatals. In fact, I propose, even some of them, we should even give them for free. Because if you are spending money on something which is not bringing profit, you are making a loss on that thing. So I really don't care. And I know some people may say that I'm from the opposition, and I'm supporting a bill which is not supposed to be supported by the opposition, but this is the right way to go, Mr. Speaker. When we were doing public participation for this bill, there were a few questions which were being asked. One, the selling of Kenya Pipeline Corporation and this private bill, which should come first? I think that's a question which we should ask ourselves. Which should come first? And I really have no problem with that. The other thing which came up is the valuation of the parastatals. How are they going to be valued? The Kenyans have no problem with the selling of these parastatals, but they fear the valuation, most of them may be undervalued, and they may end up in wrong hands. Even they were also questioning the methods of selling of the parastatals. Is it going to be transparent and accountable to the Kenyan people? But when you look at the bill, and the other thing they were questioning is, are Kenyans going to be given a chance to buy the parastatals? But when you look at the bill, it is addressing those concerns. Mr. Speaker, I know we have done privatization of some of the parastatals in this country, and there are success stories like Kenya Commercial Bank, that is a success story. Safaricom is a success story. Kengen is also a success story. But there are also unsuccessful stories like Kenya Airways. And in the recent years, we have spent a lot of money on Kenya Airways. And Mr. Speaker, the money we have spent, I think we need to look at the equity. If our equity as a government has increased in Kenya Airways. Mr. Speaker, this bill is trying to address the defects which were being addressed, which were not addressed in the private bill 2023, which was annulled by the court because of a simple thing like public participation, which we have actually conducted. Mr. Speaker, looking at the bill, Clause 8, it establishes the privatization authority to steer the privatization agenda, and is going to be in charge of the privatization. And this is a very, very, very important thing, clause, because, Speaker, for the last 10 years, more than 10 years, we have not been able to sell any parastatal. And when you look at Nairobi Stock Exchange, has been somehow very, very, very dormant because we are not offloading some of these shares. And when you sell some of these parastatals, for example, we are going to get money from the exchequer, get money into the exchequer, and we are also going to save money from supporting this parastatal, which has amounted to a lot of stress to the exchequer. Clause 22 through 23 of the bill provides for the privatization of private program by the Cabinet Secretary of National Treasury and program for individual parastatal, all of them. Mr. Speaker, Clause 21 provides for details proposal for each identity listed in the program and outline the following. One, the method. If you are selling, for example, let's say we are selling, for example, Kenya Pipeline. The program should have a proposal on how that identity is going to be sold. For example, we are going to have the method of privatization. Is it initial public offering or any other method? For example, private placement or sale of assets. And of course, how the shares are also going to be sold to the employees. Because I've seen most of the parastatals when they are being sold, there's a percentage which is supposed to go to the employees so that they can also be able to own shares in the company. Two, the method, the approach, and the method of valuation. How is the parastatal going to be valued? So that at least people understand this parastatal has been valued at this, and this is what we have arrived in terms of value for the parastatal. Three, implication for employees. How are employees going to be treated? Are they going to remain in the parastatal, or are they going to be given a handshake? And lastly, safeguards for public interest. Mr. Speaker, this process will give transparency in the private program and accountability to the Kenyan people. The bill provides a framework for appeals for aggrieved person. And this where Honorable Oundo, when he feels that he is aggrieved, he can go and appeal on the program so that at least the courts can be able to address the concerns on how that paragraph is being sold. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Honorable members, let me interrupt the proceedings a bit to welcome students and teachers from a school who are seated in our public gallery to observe proceedings. This is Enosagami Wa Schools, Narok South, Narok County. They are welcome to the National Assembly to observe the proceedings during their learning tour, for this is the house where laws are made, where national government budget is made, and where the executive, the national executive is oversighted from. You're welcome. The Honorable Makilap.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to, from the onset, that I support this privatization bill, and having been one of those members of Parliament in Committee of Public Debt and Privatization that moved across the country to get views of Kenyans on this privatization bill. So, Speaker, this is not a new thing to this House. This thing was done in 2023, and it was thrown away by the courts for only one major thing, that public participation was not done. So, Speaker, we did a comprehensive public participation this time around across the people of Kenya. So, Speaker, one of the things that members who have an opportunity to read about this bill, it sets up structures of privatization. It sets up structures of privatization from establishment of what is called a privatization authority. What does that mean, Chairman, Mr. Speaker? That it reveals what we used to have as privatization commission to now a privatization authority, which as a chairman, a CEO, and other members even drawn from the public, Mr. Speaker. And these members from the public are expertise in various areas which are established in this particular bill, it is cited in this bill that these are the members who will be appointed to this privatization authority. Mr. Speaker, it also sets what is called a privatization program. Mr. Speaker, this House has been accused that you have abdicated your role to the executive, that Parliament has no role in this particular bill. Those of us who have an opportunity to read, if you read clause 23, clause 24, clause 25, where clause 25 is even very particular, I can read, Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly shall is a must, approve the program for implementation, approve the program with amendments or decline the program. So, Speaker, it sets out the authority, it sets out the program. You know, these are two different things, the program or privatization. And also establishes other committees, even committee or what is called a bill support committee for those who are not satisfied about the privatization process. It is therefore provided for. It also provides what is called a committee to look into the entire program and sets timelines, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is very comprehensive. And during the third reading or during Committee of Supply, you realize what the people of Kenya said when we went around. In fact, the people of Kenya at some point were telling us, why do you want to sell everything? They thought this is a legal framework. It must be known in Kenya that this privatization bill is a legal framework that will continue to exist for many years, and it can always be amended as we move along, Mr. Speaker. So what does this mean? It means it repeals the Privatization Act of 2005. So, Speaker, if you look at 2005 and today, 2025, those are 20 years down the line, and in between, there was an amalgamation of a new constitution where it set out some parastatals under national government. And some have outlived their usefulness. In fact, at some point, Mr. Speaker, the public asked us, why are you interested in selling those which are profitable, like pipeline that we just passed some few minutes ago? So, Speaker, if something is profitable and if you want to make it more profitable, you privatize it so that you have more players, more resources in it, and in return, you will get more revenue. Government gets more revenue by ensuring that the public entity being privatized has many players and putting in resources. Mr. Speaker, it also, if you look at clause 35, subsection 2H, subsection 2 says the privatization proposal shall specify, and this is very critical for the people of Kenya. It says, where applicable, a recommendation on how to undertake socio-economic investment to the host community. To the host community. This is very important for those who have been dealing with sugar or parastatals that are domiciled in specific communities in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, it also highlights an issue of valuation. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are very critical in valuation, even including the valuation of what we've just passed called Kenya Pipeline. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are saying we could even have more or two valuers so that the correct value of what is supposed to be privatized is realized for the people. Kenyans are interested in security of those who are in those parastatals. And I want to encourage Kenyans and even inform them that even this one for Kenya Pipeline that we've just passed, you know, it will employ, when the Kenya Pipeline is expanded throughout the IPO, there will be many players, there will be many people to be recruited in it, and thus no one is going to lose his job. Mr. Speaker, we also privatized Rivertex alone, Mr. Speaker. Look at Rivertex today. When I was in Finland, the Finnish people were running a program or a program of Rivertex doing the process of turning cotton into clothes in Washington, in Eldoret. And it is becoming profitable. What are we saying, Mr. Speaker? This bill is addressing most of the things that are required to be addressed. For example, even when we went to public said, okay, Lord, during the Committee of Supply, you'll realize that there was some qualification or experience of over 10 years experience. And the youth in those places where we went, they say, okay, this thing is good, but reduce for us the number of, and you will see in our report as we move along. So what is very important, Mr. Speaker, is the entities being privatized will be able to bring in resources, bring in revenue, and create more opportunities for the people of Kenya. So let us not see privatization, this framework, as something that is going to sell everything from Kenyans. In fact, it is creating an opportunity to raise the necessary resources to bridge the budget caps. For example, Mr. Speaker, the budget cap of this year is about 923 billion shillings. Some of them will be bridged through what is called public-private partnerships. Others will be through resources that are raised through the IPO. And using IPO, Mr. Speaker, is one of the best ways because this thing protects up to including what is called strategic national assets. It is provided for here. Strategic national assets, Mr. Speaker, because when we were in Eldoret, some people told us you want to sell the bullet factory. And we told them this bill protects strategic national assets from being privatized. So the rumors that are too many in people's heads, Mr. Speaker, has to be actually given the truth about this particular bill. Even the people of Makueni, to remove the worries of Professor, my good friend, Member of Parliament from Professor Warner. You know, the court case awarded the people of Makueni some money for the pipeline and something like that. And when we looked into it, when this thing is, the KBC is privatized, it will be able to bring in more money, and those people will be, the new buyers will take liabilities and everything else. So the guarantee of the people of Makueni to have enough resources is to actually privatize or to be compensated for the pipeline spillage and so on, is actually to privatize this thing so that you can get enough resources. So in short, Mr. Speaker, is even these hotels, I have an hotel and I'm interested to invest in it called Cabernet Hotel, that has been earmarked for privatization. And the workers have not been paid. I will bring something for the workers that used to work in that particular hotel so that they can be able to get their money. So, Mr. Speaker, we must be very careful, and we have looked into this particular privatization bill. We have even come with some amendments, and I want members of Parliament to be very keen so that when the chairman will be moving the amendments, you realize that we took care of the views of Kenyans wherever we went, so that those worries are actually abandoned, Mr. Speaker. I support this particular privatization bill. It's a framework.
The Honorable Dindi Nyoro is recognized to make his contributions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this chance to give my views on this bill. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, on the economic sense of it, everyone should support a lean government. And a lean government is the one that is left to only adjudicate the services that touches on the people. And therefore, the government must always strive to cut off excess weight. When you carry more than you need, then it pulls you behind. And that is the reason why, ever since I have been a proponent of government not engaging in the business of doing business. Because what can be done by others, then the government should leave those other people to do, because they do it much more efficiently. Honorable Speaker, the other reason why government must never be too bulky and engaging in too many commercial ventures is because government of Kenya already owns 35% of all the businesses in Kenya indirectly, including the small company any member would be running in this house today. Because as corporate tax is 35%, it means the government of Kenya is actually in the board of your company all the time. And you actually give them a share of 35% of the profit you make. And it means, therefore, they own 35% of all the enterprises, indirectly in terms of stakes and in terms of share of revenue, and especially net revenue. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, across the world, many governments continue to shed off whatever can be done by others, and especially in the private sector. But there is always a debate, internationally speaking, Honorable Speaker, because when you look, for example, an economy like the US, an economy like South Korea, they are private sector driven, meaning the government does not necessarily engage in too much commercial activity. But on the other side, when you look at a company like China, you see an economy where the government is dominant in direct ownership of stakes. And all those economies do well. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it does not necessarily mean everyone is right and entirely right. It all depends on the circumstances, and it all depends on the scenario. Honorable Speaker, the reason why many companies and many governments arrive to the decision of selling many of the corporate entities, and especially the commercial ones they engage in, of course, it enhances efficiency, and of course, and especially when the reason of engaging in it is overtaken by events. Let me give what I mean. As we talk today about the government of Kenya, of us making it easy for offloading of stakes where government have direct shareholding. As late as now, Honorable Speaker, yesterday, the US government was investing in American lithium. They actually invested in a stake of around 5%. In the last 1 month, the US government actually invested $9 billion into Intel. Intel, which was previously a private company. Why? Investments in commercial entities when it comes to the sovereign must be guided on strategic decisions. Why are you engaging in that reason? The reason why you find in Kenya the oldest banks in Kenya, they are national banks in terms of they were previously owned by the state. It was because of the barrier of entry. The barrier of entry of starting a bank back then could only be managed by the sovereign, which is the country or which is the government. But also the confidence. There are areas, for example, in banking around that time when it was a novelty, that no one could actually trust an individual person as an investor with their own money when they held ownership of the bank. And those are the reasons why we find, for example, National Bank, Kenya Commercial Bank, had to be started by government that time because of those reasons. But those reasons have been overtaken by events. And the reason why I say so, Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of inefficiency in government-controlled companies in sectors that are booming. Take, for example, Consolidated Bank. Consolidated Bank is over 98% owned by GOK in various forms. But if you look at a bank like Equity Bank is newer than Consolidated Bank. But Consolidated Bank is actually having now net capital as we talk now, when Equity Bank now have shareholders' funds of over 300 billion Kenya shillings, which is core capital. And their profitability, again, are very diverse. So those strategic decisions back then could not hold today. The strategic decision of the US government investing in a chip-making company in aid of AI in the name of Intel is a today agenda, and therefore it is relevant. The reason for the US government investing in American lithium yesterday for a stake of 5% and also taking some of the risks out of where they are mining lithium, Honorable Speaker, is also based on the current global economy, strategic decision making. And therefore, we must always audit and find what is it that is making strategic sense, what is it that is not making strategic sense, so that we can offload as much as possible to the private sector to do what they know best. Honorable Speaker, let me talk about how we should spend the money. The previous agenda was about Kenya Pipeline. And Honorable Speaker, my take would be this. For any company that goes through a listing, through an IPO, we must always reserve around 5 to 10% of the proceeds to invest back in other entities, and especially in alternative ways of offering the same service. What do I mean? As you offload any company, then you must take this money, create a venture capital, and invest in other current growth kind of institutions around the same sector. Green energy, and any other thing around power sector, for example, or energy sector. So that as you offload this, you are incubating some others. So that you don't get a time when you've already offloaded your entire portfolio. Honorable Speaker, let me talk something about the current capital markets, because it's very important even for the agenda we had about Kenya Pipeline, and even this bill. Honorable Speaker, capital market is everything about international capital flow. The US, for example, capital markets in equity side alone is double the size of the US GDP. Because all the companies listed in the US, their valuation cumulatively is around 62 trillion US dollars. In the income sectors, in the fixed income side, it is over 55 trillion. What do I mean, Honorable Speaker? If you compare the same with our capital markets here, it is too small, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we must make every effort to make it more bigger and attractive. But this is the catch, honorable members. I am one of the people who would never actually vouch for the listing of Kenya Pipeline. And I'll give you a very practical reason. The current NSE in Kenya has been bearish this year, going up. But the companies listed are still grossly undervalued. And I can tell you without blinking of an eye, Honorable Speaker, this issue of Kenya Pipeline will bring a lot of excitement. Kenyans will buy in the IPO. But after the announcement of the financial results in February for the full year, the share company will collapse. And the share price will collapse. And this is the reason. The current investors in the NSC are not buying assets. They are buying revenue. They are buying the bottom line. What do I mean? Look, for example, a company like Kenya Power. Kenya Power has a valuation, the entire Kenya Power has only a valuation, a market cap of only 27 billion. The reason I use the name only is in comparative to the assets. It has assets of over 350 billion shillings. And it's a company that's making net revenues of 20 billion, but the valuation is 27 billion. Now, a company like Kenya Re, a company has net assets of over 51 billion, net assets. And the valuation in the market, Honorable Speaker, is 17 billion shillings. This company, Kenyans will buy out of excitement, but after the announcement next year of the full year results, the share price will collapse. And that is why I am also fearing that the government may end up forcing NSSF and other provident funds to actually take part in this, because commercially it may not be viable for a logical investor. And that is why we need to draw the line, so that we
Honorable Ndindi Nyoro will be given 2 more minutes.
And Honorable Speaker, I think I have made that point. The current investor is not buying assets. The current investor in the market is buying net revenue. And if you look at the profitability of Kenya Pipeline, last year was 6.8 billion. Average for 5 years is 5 billion. An equivalent company in the NSC making a profit of 5 billion, including a bank, the valuation is not more than 35 billion. So that is the kind of valuation that investors are going to encounter as we come on next. The other thing is control. We fight government-owned entities, Honorable Speaker. Government owns 18% of KCB, but then control 100% of the board. That is one of the things that even the listing of the asset that will be listed should be captured. That the government cannot own 35% of an asset, then control 100% of the board. The other 65% should be given board positions. And if the government is giving the CEO, then the chairman should not be from the government, should be from the private sector. Honorable Speaker, the real valuation I was talking about, this is a topic I can talk about the whole day, Honorable Speaker. If you look at a company like Kengen, the valuation is around 55 billion. If you look at the peers in a place like Nigeria, like Geregu Power, Transcorp Power, doing the same and producing less, actually have the capacity of Kengen. The valuation is 200 billion respectively and 211 billion Kenya shillings if you convert from Naira. So what am I trying to say? Our market is not doing justice to valuations. And listing a company now may not suffice. Maybe a strategic investor. Unfortunately, strategic investor cannot work in an area like Kenya where we have a deficit in trust in government. Because if you do strategic investor, the high probability is that patronage will and the person on the other side of the table will actually be the one buying.
The Honorable Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill fully because, first of all, public participation must be done because it involves public property. And anything that is owned by the public must extensively and intensively be looked into and supported fully by the public. And herein we have representatives of the people. Before it is now passed, we will be here as well. My question is, if any property is privatized, does it mean that the person taking over is carrying it to their homeland, is carrying it to China? No, it is still our property, but managed by people who can do it better, efficiently, more transparency, more transparent. So we do not want negative energy over this, because if this is well done, unemployment to the youth will be something gone, dead and gone, and also quality of how we manage things. If we bring in somebody who can manage properly, it means that our country will be developing. I know very well that other nations that are developed have done it before. It is not something new. I saw it happen with Kengen, our Safaricom, and Safaricom is even one of the best example to put across. So although we know many voices come dissentingly to discourage and put a lot of poison in our people's mind, we should embrace this idea as long as we are in charge, we are in control, and we are not being taken advantage of in any way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. I want to say that I support the provisions in this bill. Honorable Speaker, there have been so many questions since privatization set into this country when the idea came. And Honorable Speaker, some of the entities that went through privatization prior to this bill have had a thorough beating. Honorable Speaker, I looked at what happened to Rivertex recently, a few days ago. And there were a lot of gaps that I felt like they should have been addressed before the privatization decision was made. And some of those issues, Honorable Speaker, I appreciate because this bill has been able to look into them. It includes, and not limited to, Honorable Speaker, looking at the assets and even the liabilities that these companies have. And Honorable Speaker, it should be noted that, for example, Rivertex, the land that Rivertex sits on, and even Rivertex itself, is primarily owned by Moi University. Moi University, Honorable Speaker, you know the issues that has been going through. And when the privatization agreement was made, the amount of money that was being given as a proceed of the privatization of Rivertex was an amount of money, Honorable Speaker, that was undervalued. You cannot say that the land that Rivertex sits on, which is very prime in Eldoret, Honorable Speaker, goes for the amount that was paid as proceeds of that privatization. And Honorable Speaker, if that particular piece of land and even the investment in Rivertex had been valued properly, Moi University wouldn't be borrowing and begging the national government for a bailout for around 2 billion, Honorable Speaker. They would have been able to comfortably get the money from the privatization of Rivertex, and Rivertex goes ahead to be able to make profits and make sense economically in this country. And I appreciate this particular bill because it has been able to look at those particular matters. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of human resource. The people, as we speak, that worked in Rivertex today, Honorable Speaker, are jobless as we speak today. And I am glad and happy that this particular bill is seeking to be able to undertake better public participation and be able to do more consultation so that we can be able to arrive at better decisions in regards to privatization of these particular entities, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I appreciate and I support privatization because today, as we speak, Honorable Speaker, I read a Facebook post, and of course I have been able to listen to many things that are being said by the people, especially from Nandi. As we speak today, Honorable Speaker, KCC has not been able to pay farmers for 4 months. Honorable Speaker, this is an entity that does not miss or cannot be said that milk was not delivered to them. The milk was properly delivered to KCC, and the farmers have been able to invest in production of the milk. But Honorable Speaker, 4 months down the line, that particular farmer has not been paid. Why? Because of how KCC is being run. And Honorable Speaker, I feel like I wish I could carry KCC and put better management and prudent management and put some idea and agenda into their heads that this should be a farmer-centered entity, that you get the milk, you add value, and you pay the farmer on time. And Honorable Speaker, the more reason why I support this privatization and the bill that will be able to guide privatization is because of such issues, so that we can have the people who are actually bringing raw material into an entity get paid on time. Honorable Speaker, for a very long time, government entities has been associated with bureaucracies and inefficiencies. And I feel like this privatization, Honorable Speaker, is able to finally take off the responsibility of service delivery, or so to speak, Honorable Speaker, from government entities, so that then we can finally go and run away from bureaucracies and the inefficiencies that are associated with it. Honorable Speaker, the things that we have in this country are of very high value. The problem that we have, Honorable Speaker, is the mentality. We are not commercially, we have not adopted a commercial model in many things that we run. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I feel like this bill is finally going to lead this country and most of the entities that have been a burden and a baggage to this country, and especially the tight fiscal space, an opportunity to be able to offload it. And Honorable Speaker, I am more than happy to remove most of these entities from getting or requiring exchequer bailouts so that they can be able to go out there and be able to generate their own money. So, Honorable Speaker, I really appreciate the thought process that went into this bill so that we can finally properly guide privatization of the entities so that, one, we can achieve service delivery and we can be able to have a more efficient delivery of service to the people in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, and most importantly, be able to sort out especially the Kenyans that are providing raw materials for some of these entities to be able to run. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill and I hope that it actually gets appropriate implementation so that it can be able to sort out the so many historical issues and problems that we have faced as a country and as a people in this country. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill.
The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping the wise man now taking your attention would listen to our contribution, because during a time like this, years back, he supported a similar bill which we passed despite our objection and ended up being nullified. But wisdom has no limit. But Mr. Speaker, on a serious note, I need your direction. I hope someone will tell the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro what I said. Mr. Speaker, before my time starts running, under the standing orders, once a bill has been moved and seconded, we are supposed to contribute, and the mover and the seconder are supposed to listen. So when they reply, they are able to address some of our concerns. From what I can see, there's the mover has just now appeared, and I like that. I think I should keep making these objections.
The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo.
Yes.
this parliament, we listen to parliament from various places.
Thank you.
The mover was actually by and you are listening to every word.
Thank you.
So that
Now,
implies.
Mr. Speaker, may you direct that my time starts running now? Mr. Speaker, I support this bill with reservations. And I support it because it has many good provisions, but some provisions that require to be re-examined. It is my hope that either the committee has re-examined them and will be moving them, or will consider them during the committee of the whole House. Mr. Speaker, this is an improvement, but in my view, it is still not perfect. And I want to start with what has been said in terms of approval by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Section 20, what Parliament submits is a program. It is the program, not the specific approval. And I want you to juxtapose Section 20 with Section 22 of the provisions and Section 26. Section 20 and 22, where Parliament received the privatization program. In Section 36, when it comes to the Cabinet receives the specific proposal for each, not the program. Section 36(1). And when you read 36(2), moving forward, the Cabinet then approves each specific unit for privatization, as opposed to Parliament, where we are given a whole program. It is therefore not entirely correct to say that under this bill, Parliament specifically approves the privatization. And in my opinion, that is wrong. Parliament should retain the discretion to approve the specific unit of privatization, not some overall program. Mr. Speaker, I then draw your attention to Section 23. In this section, you see that Parliament is restricted to 60 days. Parliament must approve within 60 days. I know of no other legislation, well, except the Constitution itself, that introduces similar provisions. And in this case, does not make any reference to when Parliament is on recess. Many times, they would have a proviso that time runs when Parliament is on session, not when it is on recess. But I see no such provision. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Section 32, it treats Kenyans and non-Kenyans alike. But where it says that it can be any person, whether Kenyan or non-Kenyan, then it raises eyebrows, because I thought if you must refer to it, then you'd want to give some preferential treatment to Kenyans if they are of equal footing. But when you say that it does not matter, then it is of worry to me. Coming back to Section 20, on public participation that was spoken about, you realize that under this bill, the public participation is actually done by the Cabinet Secretary, as opposed to where we have usually been, where it is Parliament that does public participation. If you read that with the restriction in terms of the 60 days, it drives you to the conclusion that this bill wants the public participation to be done by the executive and wants no window for public participation by Parliament. And I have a problem with that. Mr. Speaker, Section 53, and this is a bit technical, but you'll understand it.
Honorable Otiende Amolo, you know, whenever you speak, the House goes quiet. Is there business that can be transacted by Parliament that does not involve public participation?
That is my submission.
If we consider the provisions of Article 118.
Let me answer it in this way. And that is, what you've said is my exact concern. That Section 20 of this bill gives the Cabinet Secretary the discretion to do public participation. When it comes to Parliament, then, Section 23 restricts Parliament to 60 days. The point being this: in my view, that restriction will constrain the ability of Parliament to do public participation. That is my submission. And that then becomes unconstitutional.
Yeah, it will constrain Parliament in terms of time.
Yes.
But it cannot take away the obligation imposed on Parliament by Article 118, which I may read. I'll freeze your time. That Parliament shall conduct its business in an open manner, and its sittings and those of its committees shall be in public, and facilitate public participation and involvement in the legislative and other business of Parliament and its committees. So privatization at that level becomes other business of Parliament.
Everything you've read amplifies my argument.
Thank you.
And this, it is in twofold. One, that while Section 20 provides an avenue for public participation expressly by the Cabinet Secretary, there is no corresponding section that expressly provides for public participation by Parliament. That's the first limb. The second limb is that by restricting the time to 60 days, and you know how public participation works, it may interfere with the duty of Parliament to do public participation. And that is my problem with those two sections.
Thank you,
I now
Honorable
come
Mono.
to my last submission.
Thank you, Honorable Mono.
My last submission is this.
Yes.
In relation to Section 53.
No, Honorable Amolo does not want information from you, Mover.
No. Mover, that's why I wanted you back. Take notes keenly, and then when you are replying, you will be able to respond.
I have heard Honorable Amolo Mover to be saying there could be amendment to the period.
But that is why I started.
Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, I started by saying this. But
Yes,
what is the
Mover.
point of order?
You can also freeze this Honorable Tiende's time, because I just need...
Honorable Tiende, I will not
because
freeze your
the
time,
issue
but I
Honorable
will
Tiende
add you time.
is raising, Honorable Speaker, and you have alluded to it, is critical on public participation. And you have clearly read the provisions of Article 18 of the Constitution. I just wanted Honorable Tiende to help the House as a senior counsel. When the Constitution explicitly provides for public participation, that Parliament must conduct public participation on any legislative proposal. An act of Parliament can never negate that, and that is my understanding of basic law. And I'm not a student of law. That's why I wanted Honorable Tiende to educate me and the House and Kenyans whether the absence of that explicit provision in this statute or this proposed statute negates that which is provided for in the Constitution. Because my understanding, Honorable Speaker, from what you are saying, is that it does not negate, and Parliament will be obligated, as we do with all other legislative proposals, to carry out public participation. Just that clarification.
Honorable Otiende Amolo, because you are in the committee of experts only, otherwise you owe the mover no obligation of education.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, so proceed.
Indeed. And you know, indeed, Mr. Speaker, we allow the mover that discretion, but that is not a point of order. That is a point of argument. But let me now then explain what the problem is. Slowly. Two things, Mr. Speaker. One is that because the Constitution provides for public participation, you may not need to expressly provide for it. But then the question is, why then expressly provide for public participation by the Cabinet Secretary? And public participation is required not just by Parliament, it is required by all organs. So because the Constitution does not require it, why would you provide for the Cabinet Secretary and not for Parliament? That's the first problem I have. But the next problem I have is the time constraint. Because Parliament should be left the discretion to do sufficient public participation, when you constrain its time to 60 days, then you might actually be constraining that duty, and that is my problem. So if you ask, just so that I answer.
Honorable Amolo, you are understood.
Yes.
In fact, you are saying the same thing with the mover, except you are speaking at cross purposes.
Yes, because
the mover is saying...
I'm educating in law.
Yes. The mover is saying, if I understood the mover well, that while least public participation is provided for in Article 10 as a national value, The Constitution specifically mentions it for Parliament, but does not for the executive. And so the mover is saying for the executive, the bill may need to propose it specifically, but for Parliament, according to him, the bill does not, because Article 118 already does so.
And is wrong.
But that does not take away your power to amend and to make it better.
And here, Mr. Speaker, the mover is wrong, and that's what I'm trying to explain. But I may need a whole day to explain this. My whole point is, to constrain Parliament to 60 days is a constraint on the duty of public participation. And we would do better to remove that time constraint. In very simple parlance, that's what I'm saying. But let me now come to my last point, Mr. Speaker, and this is a little technical, and I would not blame the committee for this, section 53, where we establish an appeals board. Now, the design is good because you start with a review, then appeal to the appeals board, then to the High Court.
You will add, Honorable Amolo, how long do you need? 2 minutes. Yeah, I will add you 3 because of my own interventions also.
Thank you. The only technicality, and this is beyond this act, is to advise the committee that as we speak, there's a decision of the High Court, of the Court of Appeal, that moves all these tribunals to the judiciary. And in that context, to establish a tribunal whose appointment is entirely by the President and the Cabinet Secretary is one that might require re-examination. And in fact, as we speak, the legal team in this House, including the Speaker, are grappling to persuade the court that there's room for administrative tribunals and judicial tribunals. But for now, that is the law. And therefore, as framed, Section 53 may be in danger of being unconstitutional. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we must ask, our order paper number 13, which I think was a supplementary order paper, and the leader and the House business owe us an explanation. When we looked at the order paper this morning, order paper number 13 was not about privatization. And some of us did not come to the House for that reason. When we come, we now find there's a different order paper for approval of a privatization based on a sessional paper, when the very next order is approval of a bill that regulates privatization. What is this thing of legislation by ambush? It is something we must object to, and it is something that must be corrected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Amolo. Honorable Amolo, the business of the House is determined by the House Business Committee, and there is something called supplementary order paper, so we must always be vigilant about them. Yes. The Honorable Benjamin Langat will now speak.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The mover, the leader of majority, take very seriously the last point raised by Honorable Amolo. And by the way, I know some amendments speak to it, Honorable Amolo, in terms of realigning, those provisions. But I think Honorable Amolo also look at the distinction between the privatization proposal and the privatization program in terms of their contents. And then you can make proposals in terms of how to improve. This bill, you both agree, is a good bill. Honorable Benjamin Langat, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this bill. Mr. Speaker, as has been said, this is not a new bill. It has already been passed in 2023, but the courts annulled it. Mr. Speaker, the reason why it was annulled was because of lack of public participation mainly. And I want to inform the House that we have done very serious public participation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we went to 25 counties outside Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. So we have corrected the anomaly, and hopefully the bill will go through. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to repeal Privatization Law Act of 2005, and it creates a privatization authority to replace Privatization Commission, which, Mr. Speaker, had been affected by a lot of bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker. Imagine for the last 10 years, there has not been any privatization of any company in the Republic, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, hopefully this bill will make the process smooth, will make the process faster, and will make the process safer, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill creates a privatization authority with a board. Number two, Mr. Speaker, it distinguishes the functions of different actors in the process. Privatization authority will do the implementation of the privatization process. The CS, Mr. Speaker, will initiate the process through what we call privatization program, which is basically the list of companies that have been identified for the purposes of privatization, Mr. Speaker. The bill also sets the fact that the CS would take the bill to Cabinet for approval, the program to Cabinet for approval, then it will be brought to Parliament for approval. And Parliament can approve as it is, can amend, or can reject, Mr. Speaker. If Parliament approves with amendments, then the Cabinet Secretary will have to publish a fresh list under the program. Mr. Speaker, the privatization program has been given 8 years for implementation, because again we have seen some of the privatizations which have been done before. They have taken a lot of time. So the bill provides that when we approve the program, it will take 8 years. If some of them have not been privatized, then it will be brought back to Parliament. 3, Mr. Speaker, the privatization authority will then prepare what we call privatization proposal, which then lists the values of companies, individual companies, Mr. Speaker, and all the details for privatization. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Marianne Keitany, don't run far from your...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the bill that is before us on the privatization amendments. And first, Honorable Speaker, I would like to go to Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya, which talks about the particular, it talks about the values and principles that state organs, state officers, and public officers, wherever they are, applies them. And more specifically, Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about good governance, integrity, transparency, accountability, and sustainable development. I think that part of sustainable development is very critical. And when you look at most of these institutions that are being privatized, they actually exist to do business and to make money.